Our second witness is Dr. Jonathan Holloway, who's the president of Rutgers University in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Our next witness is Mr. Frederick Lawrence, who's the secretary and CEO of the Phi Beta Kappa Society located in Washington, D.C. Our final witness is Dr. Block, who's the chancellor of UCLA in Los Angeles, California. We thank you for being here today and look forward to your testimony. I will remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements, which will appear in full in the hearing record. Pursuant to Committee Rule 8D and committee practice, I ask that you each limit your oral presentation to a 5-minute summary of your written statement. I also remind the witnesses to be aware of the responsibility to provide accurate information to the committee. I will first recognize President Shill for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Fox, Ranking Member Scott, and members of the committee, and also thank you, Representative Bonamici, for that kind introduction. I agree with the committee that anti-Semitism is rising on college campuses, including our own. This committee is also right to be shining a light on the subject for the American people. In that spirit, let me address 4 issues as they relate to Northwestern: anti-Semitism on campus, our guiding principles of community safety and academic freedom, the encampment itself, and our plans moving forward. First, our universities are on the front lines of the disturbing spike in anti-Semitism that accelerated following Hamas's horrific terrorist attacks on October 7th. Across the country, the open harassment and intimidation of Jewish people on the streets and social media has also infected our classrooms and our campuses. As the descendant of Holocaust victims and survivors, rising anti-Semitism in the world affects and alarms me personally. I lost relatives in the Holocaust, so it is not abstract to me that the world's Jewish population has not recovered to where it was before World War II. The fact that Israel is a cherished homeland is not theoretical to me. It is where family members who survived the war found refuge. My family's history is a constant reminder to me of what can happen when anti-Semitism is allowed to take root. Where there is conduct that threatens the Northwestern community, we must impose discipline, and we have done so. Yet I'll be the first to admit our existing rules and policies are falling short. We must improve our processes to meet the current challenge. At my direction, we'll be working over the summer to update our student conduct code. These new policies will be in place before students return to campus. We are confident we can continue to promote 2 principles at the core of our mission: free expression and academic freedom, while disciplining harassment and intimidation. I want to take a moment to address the encampment at Northwestern and the choices we made. On the morning of April 25th, an encampment was erected on Deering Meadow, an iconic gathering space at the center of our campus. As I watched what was unfolding and at encampments across the country, I believed that the danger it posed grew every day it stayed up. Every day brought new reports of intimidation and harassment. And then on April 28th, the day before the tents came down, the threat of confrontation escalated with the addition of outsiders to the university. For the safety of our entire community, I knew I had to act. We had 3 options to do so. First option was letting the tents stay up indefinitely. We never seriously considered this option. They were a threat to our community. The encampment was breaking our rules. There was anti-Semitic behavior that was making our Jewish students feel unsafe. I knew we had to take down the encampment and get it down quickly and permanently. Second, Sending in our student affairs officers and the Northwestern Police Department to make arrests. That was the second option. This option ended up posing too high a risk to our students, staff, and police officers. There were limited law enforcement resources available to the university, and it also created, as we saw around the country, escalation, renewed encampments. Finally, talking with the students about leaving voluntarily. This was the path we took, and the encampment came down in just 5 days. We did not give in to any of the protesters' demands, and the commitments we made are consistent with our values. Importantly, I rejected the main student demand for divestment and will not ever recommend that Northwestern use its resources for political purposes. By engaging students with dialogue instead of force, we modeled the behavior we want to apply going forward. Now, going forward, I want to make every one of you know, I am personally committed to fighting anti-Semitism. We are going to reconstitute a task force that will benefit from the information from other task forces. We will revise our student code. We will enhance enforcement. We will increase our security. And we will do what we do best, teaching our students about the dangers of anti-Semitism. I'd like to thank you all for listening, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I now recognize President Holloway for 5 minutes.
Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member Scott, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jonathan Holloway, and I'm the president of Rutgers University, the State University of New Jersey. To help you understand me better, I offer the following. My maternal great-grandfather, William Johnson Trent, was an early organizer of the colored YMCA in Atlanta and served as president of Livingston College in Salisbury, North Carolina. His son, Bill Trent Jr., my grandfather, was dean of education at Bennett College in Greensboro, North Carolina, before becoming the founding executive director of the United Negro College Fund. Sure. May I start the paragraph at the beginning? Okay, where I left off. Even closer. Okay. His son, Bill Trent, my grandfather, was dean of education at Bennett College in Greensboro, North Carolina, before becoming the founding executive director of the United Negro College Fund. My father, a career officer in the Air Force, was the first black person to teach at the Air War College in Montgomery, Alabama. I share this to make clear that a commitment to education and to providing access is in my DNA. And though I fully recognize the myriad ways in which my experience and that of our Jewish community are different, I know something about the awful impact of discrimination too. When I served as an intern for the House Ethics Committee, my father brought me to Capitol Hill on my first day. As we approached the committee offices, he said, when I was your age, the only way someone who looked like us could cross the threshold is if he were pushing a food cart. This is part of the reason this discussion matters so much to me. I tell you with pride that Rutgers boasts one of the largest Jewish student populations in America, and I tell you with conviction that we condemn anti-Semitism in the strongest terms possible. We do so today, we did so long before October 7th, and we will always do so. Rutgers, home to nearly 100,000 students, faculty, and staff, takes pride in being a public university. We conduct life-changing research and clinical care, and we educate tomorrow's leaders, many of them first-generation college students, and many of them from low-income families. What's more, Rutgers is world-renowned for its Jewish scholarly community. We are one of only a few dozen universities in America with the Department of Jewish Studies. Our Bildner Center for the Study of Jewish Life holds public lectures, trains teachers on Holocaust education, and hosts the Rutgers Jewish Film Festival. Rutgers is also home to the Miller Center on Policing and Community Resilience, which is dedicated to protecting valuable communities that are facing anti-Semitism or other forms of intolerance. The Rutgers Hillel and Chabad houses, both among the largest in higher education, sit in the heart of our Big Ten campus in New Brunswick. During my presidency, we have developed a formal partnership with Tel Aviv University focused on faculty collaborations. As part of that relationship, TAU researchers will have a presence in the Health and Life Sciences Center being built in New Brunswick. We find ourselves here today because of the devastation that the Hamas terrorist attacks have wrought. It is heartbreaking to think about the senseless and horrific violence of October 7th, about the hostages still held captive by Hamas 230 days later, about the thousands of Palestinian children killed in the war, about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza that gets worse every day. At Rutgers, this war has been a tragedy for our Jewish and Palestinian communities. Many in our community, searching for a way to curtail this tragedy, have turned to activism and protest. During this period of heightened fear, anxiety, and polarization, Rutgers has focused on three essential priorities: to ensure the safety of our community, to affirm and uphold our policies, and to promote dialogue and education. I'd like to emphasize this last point: dialogue and education. Disciplining a person for breaking a rule is easy. It is much harder to build the trust to question and to understand across difference. The battle against antisemitism, against bigotry in all of its forms, must be waged with education. We began this semester with lectures and films centered on meeting discrimination with humanity. In New Brunswick, we established an advisory council on anti-Semitism and Jewish life, whose work continues to be pivotal. Jewish studies and Middle Eastern studies faculty have brought Israeli and Palestinian students together in a classroom, not to convince or to change minds, but simply to listen to each other. We have planned training and discussion around anti-Semitism, and we have partnered with the Anti-Defamation League in these efforts. Like so many other universities this spring, we saw a protest encampment take shape on our New Brunswick campus. It lasted for a little more than 72 hours. When on the third morning some student protesters called for a rally to disrupt exams, we moved quickly to shut the encampment down. We made a choice. That choice was to engage our students through dialogue as a first option instead of police action. We had seen what transpired at other universities and sought a different way. Without compromising on my fundamental stance against divestment and boycotts, we agreed to talk and to listen. If ever there was a time for dialogue and a focus on civil discourse, it is now. We are in a highly polarized time where we are confronted by objectionable and offensive ideas. Part of what universities do is to help the members of our community navigate that reality so that they become better, stronger, and more resilient citizens. We do that by teaching people to be curious, to listen, and to engage in civil discourse. Finally, let me speak briefly to the Rutgers community. I have heard you over the last several months. I have heard your frustration at injustice in our world, your pain at senseless suffering, and your desire to make Rutgers a stronger community. And for that, I want to say publicly, thank you. We cannot give into the easy path of letting our differences become our divisions. The healing will take time, and through these efforts I mentioned earlier, I am committed to it. We are committed to it. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, President Holloway. Mr. Lawrence, I recognize you for 5 minutes, and I ask you in advance to pull the mic close to you. Again, we have a very inadequate sound system right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to thank the committee for inviting me today to speak with you. My name is Frederick M. Lawrence, and I am here in my personal capacity to share my experience and thoughts as a former law school dean, a former university president, and a professor of American higher education law. The past academic year has deeply challenged all stakeholders of our college and university communities and our society at large. Images of campus protest and unrest will long stay in our minds. It is precisely at times like these that we must hold fast to the first principles that underlie the mission of American higher education and that form the bedrock of a flourishing democratic society and a vibrant culture. Let me first emphasize that the safety of students on campus is critical and it is essential. Students cannot learn if they fear for their safety. No one is permitted to threaten another. And a university is both entitled to and required to respond to violence or threats of violence. Similarly, students do not have a right to disrupt the operations of a university unduly. For example, defacing, occupying, or blocking entry to campus buildings is not protected expression, whereas protests outside a building would be. So what should our universities do in these challenging times? When looking at any issues on campus, we always need to keep in mind that the fundamental goal of our colleges is the creation, discovery, and sharing of knowledge. The intellectual challenges of campus life may come from many sources, including protest. That is why colleges should begin by presuming expression, including protest, to be protected forms of academic freedom and of free inquiry. Again, the limits of this expression are reached when actual threats or undue disruption of the university operations are involved. Universities must treat all members of a campus community as part of we, not they. There is no they where our students are concerned. We must encourage listening to each other, robust debate, and learning. Schools do best when they seek dialogue across ideological and political differences between and among the members of the campus community, and when they share a commitment to transparent decision-making. This approach is most successful when it draws on months, if not years, of conversation and engagement. I not only believe this to be true, I have seen it. I have had the opportunity to participate in the application of these principles on campus firsthand, including a recent free expression residency that was part of an ongoing campus-wide engagement on issues of expression, of community, and dialogue. During this time, I met with Jewish and Muslim student leaders to discuss their views on the Israel-Palestine conflict and how it affected their lives. I shared personal stories of a former colleague who suffered the tragic loss of his daughter and son-in-law when they were murdered on October 7th, and a former student born in Gaza whose family confronts the humanitarian crisis there. The ensuing discussion was not easy, but I believe that the students both spoke to and listened to each other. Campus officials have told me that these meetings continue in a spirit of cooperation, not antagonism, with the goal of advancing difficult conversations even where there are strong feelings and disagreements about key fundamentals. Colleges and universities exist to examine complex issues, challenges, and ideas, and to provide a forum in which issues and opinions can be explored and can be debated. Freedom of inquiry and expression must include the right to protest. As we seek productive paths forward, it is worth recognizing that this is not just a campus issue. We have seen increased polarization throughout the world, so we should not be surprised when this happens as well on our college campuses. And when it does, we have the opportunity to build on the critically important work of role modeling and of teaching how to practice free speech, not just with people who share our views, but also those with whom we disagree passionately and yet with whom we share a community. I thank the committee and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Chancellor Block, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member Scott, and members of the committee. My name is Gene Block, and I'm the Chancellor at UCLA. Thank you for inviting me here today. Let me start by affirming that all forms of discrimination, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, are antithetical to UCLA's values and corrosive to our culture. I wish I could say that our campus has been immune to the disturbing rise of anti-Semitism across our country since October 7th. Sadly, that's not the case. What I can say, and what I'll address today, is how we've been confronting and will continue to confront this challenge. Last summer, I announced my intent to retire this July after leading UCLA for 17 years. These are my final months of Chancellor of this distinguished institution. While I'm saddened by the recent turmoil on our campus, I'm also proud of our legacy as a university deeply committed to the peaceful expression of differing viewpoints. To have a functioning democracy, we must be able to speak freely about the most consequential events of the day. As a public university, UCLA is subject to a dual legal mandate: the First Amendment obligation to protect free speech on campus, and the obligation under federal laws to protect students from discrimination and harassment. This balance is often difficult to achieve, and it has been especially difficult since October 7th. I'm fully aware that many of our Jewish students have had to confront rhetoric and images on campus that any reasonable person would find repugnant. Trust me, I understand their pain. I've lived it myself. As a Jewish kid growing up in the Catskill region of New York with relatives who were Holocaust survivors and victims. As the former provost at the University of Virginia watching news coverage of neo-Nazis rioting outside the synagogue in Charlottesville where my children were called to the Torah. As the Chancellor of UCLA, where an art show depicted me with exaggerated facial features that were reminiscent of caricatures of Jews during the Nazi era. As we all know, being an American means sometimes being asked to tolerate offensive and even hateful speech protected by our Constitution. But there are limits. At UCLA, we draw the line when speech crosses into intimidation, threats, and harassment of our community. UCLA has a proud history of peaceful protest. Before October 7th, we successfully navigated campus protests using strategies recommended by the University of California. But on April 25th, as a result of a conflict that spread across universities across the country, a protest sprang up at the center of our campus, testing the limits of our approach. We are part of the University of California system. We followed University of California policy guidelines that directs its 10 campuses to only use law enforcement to remove protesters when absolutely necessary to protect the physical safety of our community. Accordingly, the encampment remained. As the encampment grew to more than 500 protesters, some of whom were not even affiliated with UCLA, it disrupted normal access to some classes. On April 28th, I decided to remove the encampment after violence broke out between opposing demonstrators, and I asked for a security plan to do so. We gave the protesters written notice that the encampment was unlawful on April 30th and instructed them to disperse. But before the necessary police resources could be assembled, assailants attacked the encampment that evening. Tragically, it took several hours before law enforcement could quell the violence. On May 1st, with the support of the University of California's President Michael Drake, we provided protesters a final opportunity to leave. But when more than 200 protesters refused police orders, law enforcement removed the encampment that night. With the benefit of hindsight, we should have been prepared to immediately remove the encampment if and when the safety of our community was put at risk. We have since taken decisive action. I created a new Office of Campus Safety that reports directly to me. UCLA is conducting a thorough examination of our security processes. The University of California has also engaged independent law enforcement experts to initiate a review of the confrontation, including our planning and security protocols. Finally, we will hold accountable all those engaged in violence or violated our policies. No student should be threatened or excluded based on their beliefs or identity. While we'll always have to strive hard to meet this obligation, we must also maintain our commitment to academic freedom and free speech. The balance is central to UCLA's educational mission. It's not always easy to strike a perfect balance, but that must be our goal. Thank you again, and I'm looking forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Chancellor Block. Under Committee Rule 9, we will now question the witnesses under the 5-minute rule. I ask members to keep your questions succinct so the witnesses will have time to answer and not ask a question with few seconds left. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. This question is for all three of the presidents. All of your universities have been hotbeds of pervasive anti-Semitism. Please tell me how many students have your university suspended? How many students have been expelled for anti-Semitic conduct since October 7th? President Shill?
To my knowledge, no student has been expelled or suspended. We have ongoing investigations, and there have been terminations of staff.
President Holloway?
We have ongoing investigations as well, but I can report that we've suspended 4 people, and then 19 others are have experienced other levels of disciplinary consequence.
Chancellor Block?
Yes, we have, I believe, over 100 active investigations right now, evaluating 100 cases since October 7th of both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia.
So, very few students have received any kind of disciplinary action from your campuses. Now, President Shill, you said some staff have have received disciplinary actions. So I'll ask all three of you the same question. How many faculty and staff have you fired or suspended for anti-Semitic conduct or conduct related to the pro-terror encampments since April 17th?
So, Dr. Fox, if I might just correct the premise of your question. The fact that we have not yet suspended or expelled students does not mean that students have not received discipline. There's a wide range of discipline, and discipline has been meted out to many of those students, but we haven't yet suspended or expelled anyone.
Okay.
We have, as I said,
staff.
I'm sorry.
Staff, how many staff?
I don't have the precise number, but we have had staff terminations.
President Holloway, staff.
And this question was since April 17th, ma'am,
Yes.
is that correct? I don't know that we have suspended anybody from staff at that time, but we do have ongoing disciplinary proceedings.
Yeah. Chancellor Block.
Ongoing disciplinary proceedings.
Okay. Mr. Shill, in your deal with the self-proclaimed, quote, Northwestern Liberated Zone, you promised to reestablish an advisory committee on investment responsibility this fall. Northwestern Students for Justice in Palestine call this, quote, an important step toward our ultimate goal, divestment from Israel. Will you make clear here and now that Northwestern will categorically reject any divestment or academic boycott of Israel?
I will make clear that I would never recommend to the Board of Trustees divestment of anything or any academic boycott of Israel.
Okay. Why did you agree to create the perception that you'd do so, which encouraged other universities to cave on this?
That committee is a committee that pre-existed. We had that committee for several years. We had already told the investment committee of the Board of Trustees that we would be beginning that committee, starting that committee up again in September. That was done months before the encampment. And so we were going to do that anyway, and there is no intent. That is not a board committee. That is an advisory committee.
Okay.
It has faculty and 2 students, and they're not necessarily from this group.
Thank you. Chancellor Block, numerous videos showed Jewish and other UCLA students being denied access to central parts of campus by encampment members who had set up unauthorized checkpoints. In some cases, the students were questioned on whether they were Zionists. Why did you fail to immediately clear these checkpoints?
I heard accounts, thank you, Chairwoman. I heard accounts of students being blocked, and we issued instructions to our staff to make sure that all walkways were free and the students could freely pass without obstruction. And that was, I believe, I then sent a memo out to the entire community on, I believe April 30th, instructing that that was intolerable and would not tolerate the blocking of access to parts of campus.
And did it stop as a result of what you said?
I believe it did, but we kept vigilant.
Thank you. Yield back. Mr. Courtney?
Great. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank
You're
you to all the
recognized.
witnesses for being here today. As Mr. Scott pointed out, this is our 5th hearing on this topic, which is perfectly legitimate and appropriate, but I think it's also important to remember we're an Article 1 branch of government whose job it is to authorize and appropriate the U.S. Department of Education. The Civil Rights Division of the Department of Education just reported in 2023 they had a record number of complaints for the department. If you go back to 2009, it's tripled in terms of the number of complaints, and a lot of those complaints involve anti-Semitism. But the staffing level at the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Education back in 2009 is larger than it is today. And As Mr. Scott pointed out, the budget that the majority reported out last year from the Appropriations Committee for the Civil Rights Division would have cut their budget by 25%, which I would characterize as the equivalent of defunding the anti-Semitism police. And again, I think it's our job at some point to focus on the fact that we need to beef up the ranks of that department, whose mission it is to investigate and to curtail this type of activity. Madam Chairwoman, I would now like to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Norcross from New Jersey. Could I have an article admitted to the record on that report?
Without objection.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Courtney, for yielding. President Holloway, great to see you again. For those of you who don't know, Rutgers, the flagship university in New Jersey, home to nearly 100,000 diverse students, faculty, plus second highest Jewish population, close to 7,000 students, and almost 7,000 Muslim and Arab students. Since October 7th, there's no question that the anti-Semitic has increased at Rutgers. In fact, we had the conversation year over year. It could be as high as 10 times what it was the year before. And you and I have talked about this. In fact, I called you at 6:30 in the morning when I first heard about Rutgers, quote, negotiating to end the encampment. And you picked up the phone, and we've had that continuing conversation. You know, I've spent my life representing workers, protesting. I know it quite well. I'm a firm believer in the First Amendment. But that being said, as I know and many others, there are rules in all types of protests, on college campuses, no matter what the reason is. So, and I participated in protests over my lifetime, and when I crossed the line, I paid the consequences. So what I want to dig in today is, what are those lines? When were they crossed, and how you reacted, how Rutgers reacted? Specifically, the encampment at the New Brunswick campus concerned, it was called Voorhees Mall. So when did you first find out that there was a protest at the mall there?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. There was a protest that had been approved in our free speech zone on campus. I think that was a Monday, sir. And then the protesters, and that's a legitimate area, and the protesters then moved down to Voorhees Mall. It's about a 3-block walk, as you might recall, and started setting up an encampment. So I was learning of it as it was happening on that Monday.
Were there any communication with the participants as they created or started the encampment?
Communication from me, sir?
From you, Rutgers police, any communication, or were they just allowed to?
No. For any approved protest, there's a whole process people go through in order to register their space and how they want to proceed. And we have student affairs professionals and university police, the Rutgers University Police Department, RUPD, and security. So they were engaged with those activists from the very beginning and in an ongoing way.
Setting the stage, this was a time of year that most students don't look forward to. It's called finals, obviously some of the most difficult times. Were the participants advised that the disruption of finals, in this case, or other activities would not be permitted?
The participants, it was made clear that we were going to allow the encampment and consider it a speech act in the spirit of First Amendment and free expression. But that encampment could not disrupt university processes, could not bar people from entering buildings, could not be disruptive in terms of excessive noise.
So I only have 10 seconds, and I'll be able to finish the line of questioning. But certainly, we're going to continue on this time frame so we can get a better understanding. Yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Norcross. Mr. Wahlberg, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Chairman. President Shill, your President's Advisory Committee on Preventing Anti-Semitism and Hate recently disbanded after 7 Jewish members of the committee, including its co-chair and a university trustee, resigned in protest of your caving to the encampment's demands. You and your administration had cited the creation of this committee as proof you are working to counter anti-Semitism. but 3 faculty members you appointed to it had objected to the committee's very creation in a letter that downplayed anti-Semitism and defended the phrase "from the river to the sea." At least 2 of them have supported BDS efforts against Israel. Question: why did you believe it was appropriate to appoint faculty members who have defended and made excuses for anti-Semitism and oppressed and opposed the committee's purported mission of combating anti-Semitism?
Thank you for your question, Congressman Wahlberg. The number one, I'd like to just address the premise of your question. The 7 members who resigned from the committee resigned for 2 reasons. They were unable to reach consensus about what anti-Semitism was.
How could they reach consensus if you have people already having made clear statements that were anti-Semitic, that spoke for BDS and said that "from the river to the sea" is a good statement?
And they resigned because they were not consulted with respect to the negotiations.
Surprise,
they
surprise.
did not resign. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you, will you commit to keeping off those type of members of a committee if you reconstitute this committee as you say you're going to do?
I will be appointing to the task force that we are going to create faculty, staff, administrators who I believe are committed to fighting anti-Semitism and as committed to fighting anti-Semitism as I am.
We'll be watching. President Shill, one of the advisory committee members, Jessica Weniger, has been a leader of academic boycott efforts against Israel. She's also referred to, and I quote, Zionist media and condemned, quote, white liberal dialogue politics, and she signed a petition defending a Palestinian terrorist who murdered 2 Israeli college students in a bombing. Do you acknowledge Professor Weniger as grossly unfit for a committee meant to combat anti-Semitism?
I do not believe in the BDS movement. I am in print against it at my previous university, and I will not be discussing individual faculty members or
so
the
you won't
writing.
say that a person like her, let's forget her name, but a person with her principles will not be on this commission?
I will be appointing people to the committee who are committed to fighting anti-Semitism.
Your record isn't that way. You also appointed a leader of Northwestern's Middle Eastern and North African Student Association to the advisory committee, despite the fact that in the days after October 7th, the MENA Student Association released a statement explicitly supporting the terrorist attack, saying this, and I quote, "We resoundingly support Palestinian resistance to over 75 years of Israeli state-sanctioned violence and calling the terrorists killed in the attack martyrs." Do you agree these comments are shocking and beyond the pale?
I will not be commenting, and certainly not commenting on any student in what students
I think we're hearing that there's no change going to take place at Northwestern University relative to anti-Semitism. How could you possibly appoint a student who supported the October 7th terrorist attack to a committee meant to combat anti-Semitism?
I'm not going to comment on the speech of our students or our faculty or our staff. What I will say is that committee was a committee that wasn't just anti-Semitism. We tried to do something which actually turned out to be impossible.
We saw that very clearly. Let me just finish this. I think we've heard your response. In March, the advisory committee hosted University of Michigan professor Juan Cole to speak on Islamophobia and, quote, anti-Arab and anti-Palestinian biases. Fine. But Cole has made numerous anti-Semitic statements, including claiming that Israel, quote, was founded on a formal racial supremacist principle that Jews must rule the state. And that, quote, the only thing that Palestinians and their sympathizers can do to make Zionists happy is to bend over and allow themselves to be royally screwed. What kind of committee on anti-Semitism invites an anti-Semite like this to speak? And with that, sadly, I end my questioning. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the witnesses. Once again, I reiterate that we must stand together against anti-Semitism and do more to combat the harassment of Jewish students. There has been an undeniable rise in hate speech, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, on college campuses across the country. And although I realize that institutions must be held accountable, continuing to schedule repetitive politicized hearings to attack college presidents will not solve the scourge of anti-Semitism. We need to work with experts on anti-Semitism, legal scholars with expertise in the area, people knowledgeable in the field who could help us determine what the government response can and should be to the increase of anti-Semitism and racial hostility on campuses. Mr. Lawrence, thank you for so clearly articulating the value of higher education and why it's important to promote discussion in ways that respect free speech while keeping students safe. And as I've mentioned in this committee before, the American Jewish Committee, Jewish Federations, the Anti-Defamation League, and others have expertise we can draw on. And because this is also a Title VI issue, let's focus, as Ranking Member Scott and Representative Courtney said, on equipping the Office of Civil Rights with the resources that it needs, rather than cutting their budget, as my colleagues across the aisle have proposed. And I also want to note, as I did recently in the subcommittee, that my colleagues across the aisle expressed concern about anti-Semitism on college campuses, but we do not see the same concern when anti-Semitic comments and tropes come from their side of the aisle. For example, just a few days ago, the Truth Social account of Donald Trump included an outrageous video with Nazi-like language about a unified Reich. Did any of my colleagues on this committee call that out and ask the candidate that most of them have endorsed for its removal? It baffles me that some people are opposed to anti-Semitism when it's politically convenient instead of whenever it rears its ugly head. I'm also concerned about any suggestion that the first step to address protests should be to call police. It doesn't work in some cases, and as both Presidents Shill and Holloway and Chancellor Block noted, oftentimes many of the people protesting are not students, further complicating the issue. Northwestern and Rutgers both reached agreements with student protesters to address campus safety concerns while recognizing free speech rights. These agreements involved a shared learning environment that fostered the exchange of ideas between schools and school administration, actions that are directly in line with the university's academic message and mission. So, President Shill, in your testimony, you discussed how you identified 3 options to address the encampment on Northwestern's campus. You talked a little bit about why you made the decision you did, and that talking with the students was the best option. But will you explain how the final agreement you reached with student protesters de-escalated activities on campus and how that worked? And did the agreement address rights or protections for Jewish or Israeli students?
Thank you, Congresswoman Bonamici. So we looked at this. What we were experiencing with the encampment was a huge increase in anti-Semitic activity. We had things that we hadn't seen before, like complaints of anti-Semitism jumped up. There was a sign of a Mogen David with a slash on it put on Deering Gate. There was a picture of me with horns and blood, as all of you know. That's an anti-Semitic trope. So we made a decision, and it was making our Jewish students feel unsafe. So we made a decision, those tents had to come down. Those tents had to come down. We thought about bringing in the police as an option. That option turned out to be not possible to ensure safety. And my number one objective and mandate, when parents give me their children or lend me their children, I need to keep them safe. And I'm going to do everything I can to keep them safe. And bringing in police, because of the size of our police force and the resources, would have endangered our police, they would have endangered our students, and they would have endangered our student affairs staff. So then we made the decision to talk to our students, to model the behavior that we want to be engaged in, that dialogue rather than force. And we had a de-escalation. The tents came down right after the agreement was struck. The entire protest is now in conformity with university rules. We also there was nothing in that agreement that, just to be responsive to your full question, that specifically addressed the interests of Jewish students other than getting rid of that encampment, which was making our Jewish students feel unsafe. They couldn't walk through Deering Meadow. They couldn't pass Deering Meadow. They were worried about the outsiders on our campus. And we were worried about the outsiders and the threat that they entailed for our students.
I see my time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Stefanik, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
President Shill, the ADL released its report card for universities' responses to anti-Semitism, and you're aware that Northwestern was the only university whose grade was downgraded, correct?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And isn't it also true that the Northwestern earned an F for your failure to respond and combat anti-Semitism, and they called for your resignation? Is that correct?
I have great respect for the ADL.
I'm not asking your respect for the ADL. I'm asking, is it a fact that you earned an F and they called for your resignation?
I have great respect for the ADL. I am sad that they gave Northwestern
But
an
it's
F.
true. You got an F. Yes. Moving on. Let me tell you why you earned an F. I want to discuss what has been referred to as the Deering Meadows Agreement, your unilateral capitulation to the pro-Hamas, anti-Israel, anti-Semitic encampment. But let's talk about what has occurred on this encampment. Isn't it true that a Jewish Northwestern student was assaulted?
So I want to question the premise of your question.
No. I'm asking the questions. You're answering. Wasn't it true?
My answer is not a capitulation.
I'm asking the question. You're required to answer. Isn't it true that a Jewish Northwestern student was assaulted?
There are allegations that a Jewish student was assaulted. We are investigating those allegations.
Isn't it true that a Jewish student was verbally harassed and stalked to Hillel?
There are allegations of that sort, and we are investigating them.
Isn't it true that a Jewish student wearing a yarmulke was spat on?
All of these are allegations that are being investigated.
How long are these investigations going to occur?
Well, if you remember, the encampment was up just a few weeks ago. So we believe at Northwestern in due process. We believe in investigations. We believe.
So when are the investigations going to be finalized?
I'm not going to be able to tell you that. They'll be finalized when the Conduct Office and the Title VI Office, which are well on this issue.
This is why you've earned an F. Isn't it true that a Jewish student was told to, quote, go back to Germany and get gassed, end quote?
I've heard that alleged. Again, it is being investigated. We will investigate any claim of discrimination or harassment.
But it is a fact. You said that there have been 0 suspensions, 0 expulsions.
Thus far, with lots of investigations on their way.
You said something that was very important. You said we did not give in to demands, but the commitments we made as part of the Deering Meadows Agreement. You said the word commitments. Let me talk about those commitments. One of those commitments was funding 2 visiting Palestinian faculty for 2 years. Is that true?
This is part of a program that we have had. We have used it with Afghanistan, Ukraine. It's for war-torn
But isn't it true? I'm asking
countries.
you. Okay. The other one is you will fund the full cost for 5 Palestinian undergrads.
That is also part of the program sponsored by our Buffett Institute. It is not a new program. It exists for people whose education and research has been interrupted.
It was announced as part of the Deering Meadows Agreement. Is that correct?
It was it was a goal set forth in the Deering Meadow Agreement. It will also include people from Israel.
Who was consulted when you embarked on the Deering Meadows Agreement? Was the President's Advisory Committee on Preventing Anti-Semitism and Hate consulted?
That was not within the purview of the anti-Semitism
so they were not
other
consulted.
Forms of hate committee.
Was Northwestern's Board of Trustees consulted?
The chair of our board was consulted.
But not the entire Board of Trustees?
Our Board of Trustees has over 120 members.
And isn't it a fact that members of the Board of Trustees expressed dissatisfaction with your failure to consult them?
There's been some members of our Board of Trustees who have expressed dissatisfaction that they were not part of the decision-making.
Did you consult with the General Counsel of Northwestern or an outside counsel on the Deering Meadows Agreement before it was agreed to?
Yes.
Are you aware that board members asked you this question and you said that you had not
Not
consulted?
the outside counsel. The general counsel of the university was part of my team managing this problem.
Did you consult with two members of the advisory committee that I referenced previously, the anti-Israel professor Jessica Winiger and the Kellogg professor Noor Katili? Were they consulted on the Deering Meadows Agreement?
I consulted with several members, including them, but also including the Hillel director and also including the chair
Let's talk about
of
the Hillel
committee.
director consultation. Isn't it true that you asked the Hillel director whether it was possible to hire an anti-Zionist Hillel, head of Hillel, rabbi?
I did not. I absolutely did not. I would never hire anyone based upon their views of being Zionist or anti-Zionist. That is not what I do. That's not what
That's
a great
not according to the
university
whistleblowers
does.
that have come forward to this committee.
Ms.
I can't say
Stefanik, your
who has
time
talked
has
to you or not
expired.
talked to you, but I can tell you
I can assure you
the
many
truth.
people have spoke to this committee.
Thank you.
Mr. Takano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I'll begin with a few questions for the current presidents, and if you would please just answer with a yes or no if possible. My first question is, should colleges and universities be places where the right to free speech and free exchange of ideas is protected? President Shill.
Yes.
Mr. Holloway.
Yes, sir.
Chancellor Block.
Yes, sir.
At the same time, do colleges and universities have an obligation to keep students safe from harm and ensure that they're able to study and attend class without impediment? President Shill.
Absolutely.
President Holloway.
Yes, sir.
Chancellor Block.
Yes, sir.
Have your schools taken substantive steps to eliminate discrimination, including anti-Semitism, as defined by Title VI? President Shill.
Yes, but we need to do more.
Got it. President Holloway.
I agree with Mr. Shill in the same way, yes, but we are always a work in progress. We're committed to it.
Chancellor Block.
I would say the same. We've made progress. We have programs. We need to do more.
Great. University of California, Riverside, which is in my district, was the first school in the UC system to reach a peaceful resolution with student protesters. Students had set up an encampment on Monday, April 29th, and following negotiations between college administration and the leadership of the protest, the encampment was dissolved peacefully within a week without a single arrest. Chancellor Kim Wilcox, announced the terms of the agreement in a letter to the UCR community. Classes and final exams continued, and the commencement ceremony will be in just a couple of days. My university is leading by example, but my Republican colleagues are characterizing any agreement made between university administrators and student protesters as, quote unquote, conceding to the mob. Mr. Lawrence, in your experience as the former president of Brandeis University, what are the hazards of immediately punishing campus protesters rather than opening a dialogue between administrators and students?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. There are two main concerns here. One, we always have to remember that even in these tense moments on campuses, we are an educative institution. We are educators. So the goal is to engage with students to the extent possible as part of the education process of all of the issues that are involved. Second, and regarding safety, you're always looking to try to find ways to de-escalate conflict to the extent possible. Understand that sometimes that's not going to be possible, and sometimes there are consequences that have to be pursued down the road. But you don't start that way. You start trying to de-escalate the conflict, and in my experience, reaching out to the students, to all of the stakeholders, and trying to build dialogue first with the administration and the students, and then among and between the students is the best way to reduce conflict.
So, Dr. Shill, was the encampment at Northwestern dismantled peacefully?
Yes, it was.
Were there any arrests?
There were no arrests needed.
And Dr. Holloway, the same question. Was Rutgers encampment dismantled peacefully?
Yes, it was, sir.
Were there any arrests?
No, there were not.
And Dr. Shill, did the agreement Northwestern came to with the encamped students did that agreement remove any rights or protections for Jewish or Israeli students?
No, it actually gave them the ability to feel safe on campus because it was no longer there.
And Dr. Holloway, did Rutgers' agreement remove any rights or protections for those students?
No, sir. There is no diminution of rights and protections for Jewish students.
And I will say, looking at the UCR agreement, I do not see that any rights were abridged or removed for Jewish or Israeli students either. Chancellor Block, UCLA is an unfortunate contrast to what happened at Rutgers and Northwestern. Tensions exploded into an incident that lasted several days, led to arrests of many, maybe hundreds of arrests, and put students in the hospital. In hindsight, do you, or could you or your administration have done anything differently to prevent things? As Mr. Lawrence said, sometimes it's not possible, but in hindsight, might there have been another approach?
Thank you for your question. You know, always we're going to review all of our incidents and to see whether there was another pathway. We tried very hard to find an off-ramp for student protesters so they could leave the encampment. Wasn't to be. Safety became an issue for the whole community, and we had to ask all the encampment members to leave the encampment.
Can you tell me just how much time was actually spent negotiating with the students or dialoguing? I mean, was that possible?
Attempt was made first through intermediaries, through faculty, and then eventually our executive vice chancellor and provost actually sat in the encampment and discussed potential solutions, and was unsuccessful. So there was a real attempt for discussion, but unfortunately was not successful.
Well, thank you. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tucano. Mr. Allen, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And first, I'd like to ask each one of you, the answer of the day is it's under investigation. What are these students doing while they're being investigated? Are they still attending classes? Are they still demonstrating? Are they still involved in this intolerable behavior on campus? So real quickly, what are they dismissed from the university until the investigation is complete? Tell me what's going on there. Dr. Shill.
I can't say for specific students what they're doing, but we are still in session. We begin.
Okay, so they're still attending classes, and we don't know if they're still involved in protest and everything else. Dr. Holloway, what about your university?
We had a very successful and quiet commencement had a very successful and quiet commencement 2 weeks ago, and students who are under disciplinary review are not on our campus. There's no protest at this time.
Dr. Holloway, what are you doing to those students who are under investigation?
Was that to me, sir? Or
no, I can't see for the camera. Dr. Block, Chancellor Block.
So during this period of time, students are still attending classes. I should emphasize there is no encampment, and there have been no demonstrations that are problematic.
Dr. Block, Section 185 of the California Penal Code outlaws wearing a mask to evade identification and committing a public offense. Why have you not banned the wearing of masks on your campus in accordance with California law?
Yeah, well, we still apparently are allowed to wear masks for COVID protection, and students continue to wear them. And
those are medical masks.
Medical masks. Yes.
Right. These are not medical masks. So you're allowing this behavior?
We've allowed masks on campus, although we have a policy that should be unmasked, but during the time of COVID, we allowed medical masking, and we've continued to allow that.
I'll yield to Ms. Stefanik the remainder of my time.
President Shill, you said there's been a wide range of discipline. After testifying, there have been 0 suspensions, 0 expulsions, and you said discipline has been meted out. How has discipline been meted out?
Discipline has run the gamut. That is the discipline that's already completed. Run the gamut from meetings with student affairs staff at the very lowest level of severity up to disciplinary probation, which means if there is another offense, students will be expelled or suspended.
And you testified when I asked about the Deering Meadows Agreement with the visiting Palestinian faculty members. Isn't it true that the university committed to fundraise above and beyond its current commitment as part of the Deering Meadows Agreement?
I did not commit. I don't know who told you that.
Well, I'm reading it from the the statement put out by the university that says, quote, the university commits to fundraise to sustain this program beyond this current commitment, end quote. I'm reading your words put out by your office.
That is a program that is not just about the Middle East. That is a program that is about war-torn areas all across this world.
But
so Ukraine,
isn't it a
for
fact,
example, would be
isn't
included.
it a fact that that was part of the agreement to increase the commitment to that?
I don't think the agreement increased the commitment.
It did. I'm reading it for you. You put this out from your office. Quote, the university commits to fundraise to sustain this program beyond this current commitment. Is that no longer part of the Deering Meadows Agreement?
When I hear beyond this commitment,
I'm reading what your office put out.
Are you asking me to interpret what my
No,
office
I'm asking
put out,
you,
or
isn't
are you
that the
just
fact?
reading it?
What does beyond this current commitment mean?
What I read that to be is beyond this current commitment, the rest of the world and over time.
That's not, it's specifically focused on the Palestinian faculty members. Let me ask you this.
But we're also going to be including Israeli faculty members.
It doesn't say that in the
Israeli
commitment. Why didn't you include Israeli faculty members when you put out the Deering Meadows Agreement?
Because the Deering Meadows Agreement, which actually I never called it that, but the Deering Meadows Agreement was just a framework of an agreement that was reached with students at 4 o'clock in the morning.
At the pro-Hamas encampment.
If you would like to see the entire program, go on our website, and that will explain it to you, and you will see.
No, I'm asking you about what the university put out. There is no mention of Israeli students or Israeli faculty. Isn't that the case?
In the agreement that we reached, that there wasn't Israeli students there or Jewish students there.
Because they weren't consulted. Isn't that the fact? Jewish and Israeli students were not consulted.
Jewish and Israeli students were not consulted with
Exactly.
respect to
Yield
the
back.
agreement.
Exactly.
And it
Yield
would have been
back.
impractical to do that, Representative Stefanik, with all respect.
Dr. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes. I'm sorry. Mr. Norcross, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. To pick up where we left off, and the premise behind this is we were talking about the encampments or the beginning of protest. You know, what were those lines? When were they crossed, and how you reacted? So just to bring back context and certainly understanding that, you know, since that time you have, and I certainly have met with students, instructional staff, quite frankly, the union of the professors. But one of the issues that comes up, and they're bringing to my attention, is when the Rutgers Students for Justice in Palestine began to issue fuck finals call, which right in the middle of finals, for an emergency protest at 7 a.m. on the 2nd. So obviously this is a heightened from what you suggested was a peaceful protest to something that's going to interfere with the ability of students to either attend their finals, feel threatened. Why didn't you order an immediate removal of the encampments once you learned that the participants were going to try to disrupt the finals?
Thank you for the question. On the day of, I woke up probably around 6:15, and that's when I discovered the Instagram post that you're referencing, sent out by SJP. Within minutes, I was in touch with my leadership team, and I would say roughly by 6:30, we were all on a Zoom talking about the situation. It was at that time that I said that the encampment had to go down. This is a wild violation of, across the line, to use your language, sir, a wild violation. And we decided then to take the encampment down. In order to do so, in talking with the chief of police at Rutgers, he said that the process would take a few hours to make sure there were a sufficient number of police there that it could be done safely.
So I assume you were in consultation. This is the Rutgers chief of police. Did you consult with your board of governors or with lawyers that you have on staff or others?
Our general counsel was in that group that I was referencing. The chief of police was dialed in at all times. We were engaged with him directly. The Board of Governors, I was in touch with the chair and vice chair, not at 6:30 in the morning, but at a reasonable hour for them to give them a heads up as to what was happening.
But is this when the negotiations started with the protesters?
The protesters, I discovered that they had sent in a list, I think on Tuesday, sir. This is Thursday that I'm talking about. Sent in a list on Tuesday, and then the Chancellor of New Brunswick, who runs that campus on a daily basis, she and my Chief of Staff talked with 4 representative students on Wednesday. And then, the agreement, this is the day before finals began, and the agreement was made then that we will be happy to talk with you, but this encampment cannot be disruptive. It cannot block access. It can't be raising noise. It needs to be silent because we have final exams tomorrow. They agreed to that, and then the next morning we discovered that they had broken that agreement.
So the negotiations then were taking place while the encampment was still there. Is that correct?
Yes. I mean, yes.
So, knowing that and I'll call it the agreement that was reached with the protesters, after that, why did it take so long to remove the encampment, even after the deal was done?
The students asked for another meeting on Thursday morning. That's when they learned that I'd already given the order to take the encampment down. And they had hoped that we could have some further conversation on different points. I'm like, well, if you want to talk anything, you've got to agree to have this encampment down. We extended the timeline to 4 o'clock, and that was a matter of public safety, sir. In talking with regular engagement with the Attorney General of the state of New Jersey, when we sent out a request for mutual aid, they needed more time to make sure there were proper police there, proper amount of police. We had 125 police mustered, ready to go by early afternoon.
I think I heard you say you spoke with the Attorney General?
Yes, sir.
And why was he brought into this?
As I discovered, sir, that when I did not know it at the time, when police asked for mutual aid in the state of New Jersey and they asked for more assistance, that request ultimately lands with the Attorney General's office, sir. And
what was his reaction or suggestion that you do? Take it down immediately, wait, go?
He wanted to make sure that we had given, since we had allowed them to be there as a speech act, he wanted to make sure we would give them proper notice to that they were now in trespass, and then allow time to disperse.
So the Attorney General said, wait till we tell them they're trespassing? Okay. I yield back to balance of my time. Thank you.
I'm going to say to the members, when I start hitting the gavel, I want to be respectful to the witnesses answering questions, but if I hit the gavel, no more questions, okay? Thank you. Mr. Banks, you're recognized.
President Shill, have you had any conversations over the last year about leaving the Big Ten Conference?
No.
Leaving
the Big Ten Conference?
No consideration, no,
we're proud to be in the Big Ten Conference. We're proud of our football team, and we're proud of being a charter member of the Big Ten.
Fully committed to remaining in the Big Ten Conference.
We are fully committed to remaining in the Big Ten Conference.
Last year, you fired the popular football coach, Coach Fitzgerald, after allegations of hazing in the locker room. You hired a law firm. You spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that. That law firm came back with a recommendation to give a 2-week suspension of the football coach because there was no credible evidence that he was aware at all of the harassment or the hazing allegations in the locker room. You issued that 2-week suspension, correct?
I feel like this is a matter, as you know, former Coach Fitz is suing us, and you're asking for facts, and your premise is inaccurate, but I don't think...
Don't accuse me of that.
That's
outrageous.
Wrong,
because let me get to my point.
Okay.
Because I think your performance here has been very embarrassing to your school. You after 72 hours, you gave him a 2-week suspension, and then you received a lot of backlash from the left-wing mob, including a letter from 6 professors who attacked you and said that wasn't good enough. By the way, 3 of those professors were also, they also attacked you later for creating the Committee on Anti-Semitism and Hate. You responded to that left-wing backlash as well. So then you fired the popular football coach 72 hours later after you originally gave him a 2-week suspension. Here's what's relevant, Mr. President. You said that the decision to originally suspend Coach Fitzpatrick was mine and mine alone, as is the decision to part ways with him. So it was your decision alone. Let me ask you about Stephen Thrasher, who's one of the goons in the photo behind me. He's a professor of journalism at Northwestern. He and several of your faculty members locked arms. They scuffled with police officers, blocked the police officers on your campus from doing their job. Do they continue to teach students at Northwestern University after this embarrassing incident?
So I will not comment on individual faculty members
President,
nor on matters.
Is it your decision and your decision alone to allow those professors to continue to teach students on your campus?
We believe in due process at Northwestern University.
You believe in due process except for the decision that you made about Coach Fitzgerald?
We followed the contract.
Have your cake and eat it too.
We had an investigation, but I'm not going to go on and on about that.
Is it okay for faculty members at Northwestern University to scuffle with police officers, to lock arms and prevent police officers from doing their job? You said in your opening statements that this encampment was responsible for anti-Semitic behavior that made Jewish students feel unsafe to go to class. Is it okay for faculty members? Do they get away with that at Northwestern University?
I am not going to comment on ongoing investigations and faculty personnel matters. There is a rule at the university that is confidential.
That those faculty members would continue to have a job. Thrasher, by the way, is something of a professional prognosticator. In fact, he went to Columbia University to participate in their encampment, and you pay his bills. You're responsible for Stephen Thrasher's activities, which is really, really crazy. Let me ask you this. Are the Houthis and is Hamas a terrorist organization?
Everything I know suggested that Hamas is a terrorist organization.
Is it okay for professors or faculty members at Northwestern University to praise Hamas or the Houthis? Hamas, by the way, responsible for the attacks on October 7 that killed over 1,000 Jews and Israelis on a very terrible, dark day in Israel. Is it okay for your faculty members to praise Hamas and the Houthis?
And are you saying okay, meaning is it something that I would do, or are you saying okay?
Do you allow your professors and your faculty members to do that?
Our professors and our faculty members have all of the rights of free speech.
I'd like to submit these statements for the record, Madam Chair, of faculty members at Northwestern who have praised Hamas and the Houthis. And by the way, is it okay for faculty members, teachers to tell their students to go to the encampments or coerce them, push them toward that type of political behavior, to go participate and lock arms with the encampments and maybe tie their grades to that or make them feel like that's something that they should participate with?
May I answer, Chair?
You may answer.
Thank you. Our faculty members, no one at our school may engage in discriminatory, harassing, or intimidating behavior.
Madam Chair, I want to submit this for the record as well, these comments. $4 billion have gone to your university. We shouldn't give you another taxpayer dollar for the joke that your university has become under your leadership.
Your time has expired. Without objection, your material will be submitted for the record. Ms. Jayapal, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Free speech and the right to protest are foundational to our democracy, and upholding these rights without allowing them to be twisted into weapons of hate is no easy task. And nowhere, perhaps, is it more difficult than on college campuses, places that help students to think, to engage, to broaden their mindsets, and to express their ideas without violence or intimidation. Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-AAPI hate, LGBTQIA hate, and indeed all forms of hatred have no place in our society, including on college campuses. The history of protest on college campuses is mirrored in today's history. in today's protests, as college administrators, protecting all of your students and allowing your campuses to remain as communities of free debate is your responsibility. So instead of using these hearings for political bullying purposes, which is what the majority seems to do, and if you want to be embarrassed about something, perhaps be embarrassed about the fact that this majority has not been able to govern in this cycle without being saved by Democrats. I, for one, am interested in hearing and learning about what successful negotiation and de-escalation looks like in the context of protecting students and free speech. Mr. Shill, I'm a proud MBA graduate from the Kellogg School at Northwestern University. In fact, many of my courses were about negotiation and mediation. And you have described college presidents as being between a rock and a hard place in a recent op-ed, and certainly we see that. I agree completely with your eloquent comments on the need to fight the scourge of anti-Semitism on our campuses and everywhere, and I appreciate your own lived experience and your work to do that. You did not mention other forms of hate that have also arisen against Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim students on your campus. Do you have the same level of commitment to fight that kind of hate against those students? And can you tell me what efforts you are taking to address safety concerns for those communities?
Absolutely. Any form of hate, any form of discrimination or harassment based upon Title VI or other rules at the university, we will investigate any complaint, and we have gotten complaints that sound in Islamophobia, and we will investigate them. We will also protect all of our students, whether on campus or off campus, and we will connect and communicate. I had a dinner for 45 Jewish kids, and I asked them about what they needed. I had a dinner for Islamic students and asked them what they needed. We are a university. These are all of our students. Everyone is part of our community, and I owe an obligation. My number one obligation is public safety and is their safety, because if you don't feel safe, you cannot learn. And that's what Northwestern does better than any other university. As you know, because you're an alumna, it teaches and it does research and it creates an environment for learning.
Thank you. You've commented some on this, but I wanted to know if you had more to say about the options and the outcomes that you considered before choosing negotiation. You were actually successful in ending your college's encampment by peacefully negotiating with the protesters. Did you have anything you wanted to add about what you were considering as you decided to take that course of negotiation?
So, as I said, we had to get the encampment down. We needed to, the police solution was not, number one, not going to be available to us to keep people safe, but also may not be the wise solution, as we've seen at some other universities around the country. So we found, and we were fortunate to have students who were willing to negotiate and were willing to give up their demands that they came into us for. Their number one demand was divestment. We said no. We said absolutely not. We said nothing that singles out Israel. And then we said, let's think about what will make the university stronger, what will be important for your community. And then we came to this agreement over time, hearing what their needs are. And I would do that. I would listen to the needs of any community. And I have to say, most of these things, we had already been in communication with our Muslim students. For example, the House for Muslim Students and MENA students, that was already in conversation for a year. They had no place to pray. They had no place to eat and celebrate Ramadan. So that was something that we accord to our Jewish students, to our Catholic students, to our Lutheran students. So we want to meet the needs of our students where they are. And that's what the agreement ended up being.
I really appreciate your focus on negotiation and a peaceful resolution and protecting all students. Thank you, President Shill. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Jayapal. Mr. Owens, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me just start off by saying that courage and leadership finds itself in the moment. And I must say, we, as a nation, we're seeing that it was not available. We did not see that in these college campuses. What I think we were looking for was strength, fairness to all, including our Jewish students, wisdom, and the recognition that hatred cannot be negotiated with. I'm really curious. I'm trying to understand how you have negotiations. And by the way, President Shill, would you have the same patience, the same strategy if these were KKK white supremacists that were trying to negotiate that was actually attacking and intimidating black people? Would you have the same patience with that? What'd you do
Representative Owens, thank you for the question. I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals like that.
This is how you deal with hatred. I'm trying to give you a kind of understanding that we're talking about Jewish students. If it was black students against KKK instead of pro-Hamas, would you deal with them the same exact way as you dealt with these two students?
I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals.
All right, so the answer is no. Okay. Let's move on. I'll just say this. It's striking that you decided to negotiate a sweetheart deal with pro-Hamas students and professors who denied October 7th. Either they deny it, they celebrate it, or they simply don't care. I looked at that as pure evil. Mr. Shill, now, how much money has Northwestern University received from Qatar sources, including Qatar-connected entities at the Qatar Foundation?
The amount that we have received from the Qatar Foundation to fund our campus in Qatar, all of the resources that we have gotten, there's been a lot.
It doesn't take, I'm looking for short answers. I only have about 3 minutes left, please, okay? So how much?
I don't have the dollar number. You have a check that says.
Oh yeah. Let's say between 500 and 7 million.
You have a check that says that amount.
Okay.
Every dollar has gone to the operation of the campus or the management of the campus.
Would you mind doing me? We'd like to have a complete, transparent accounting to just how much exactly is coming from this. Now, are you aware this is the same Qatar government that has partnered with the currently harbors the leaders of Hamas, and estimated to have given the terrorist organization of Hamas about $1.8 billion. Are you aware of that? Qatar?
They are harboring those leaders with the knowledge.
Okay, are you aware that
the United States government supports
Please, yes or
that
no.
and has
Are you aware
supported
$1.8 billion has been given to Hamas from Qatar?
Pardon me?
Are you aware that terrorists have given that Qatar has given the terrorists $1.8 billion to Hamas?
This is not my area of expertise.
You're not aware. Okay. Are you aware that the Iranian officials travel in and out of Doha to meet with Hamas?
This is not in my area of expertise.
Do you think, if this was true, do you think it would be a good idea for the University of Northwestern to partner with a government that harbors terrorist Hamas and Iranian operatives who fund terrorism? Yes or no?
I'm not going to engage in yes or no answers.
Obviously, you don't have a problem with that. Northwestern's School of Journalism is a formal partnership with. I'm sorry,
you telling me what my views are.
A formal partnership with the Qatar media outlet Al Jazeera. Did you know that?
I'm sorry?
Did you know that your Northwestern School of Journalism is a formal partnership with Al Jazeera?
I, in fact, just found out about that last week.
Okay, well, let me make you aware of it then, because Al Jazeera, because of their pro-Hamas reporting, the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, asked the Qatar Prime Minister to tone down Al Jazeera's anti-Israel incitement. Also, it was Israel, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Egypt that had blocked Al Jazeera because of their pro-Hamas mouthpiece. My understanding is that you have a contract with the Qatar Foundation that expires at the end of 2028 academic year, which now that you know about Qatar, would you be willing to, or are you going to still renew that contract?
The review of that contract is being done by the provost office, and
okay,
it will
so
be.
It is. So I'm
may
sorry.
I just finish
I'm
the
sorry.
answer?
These are really short questions. Knowing that Al Jazeera is a mouthpiece for Hamas, are you willing to end that partnership?
The decision with respect to the Qatar campus is ultimately the Board of Trustees, and I actually am concerned by the agreement that you're talking about with Al Jazeera.
Well,
and we are going to look into it.
Yeah, okay. This is an issue that I'm thankful we're pulling the curtains back, because this is not just beginning now. Obviously, it's been going on a long, long time. We're going to make sure we keep follow up on this. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Owens, your time has expired. Mrs. Manning, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Clearly, none of you were prepared for what happened on your campuses after October 7th. And I have spoken with Jewish students, faculty members, alumni who have described countless horrifying and relentless incidents of harassment, intimidation, the use of Jewish tropes, the putting up of leaflets and the tearing down of hostage posters, the isolation of Jewish student groups, of Jewish students rather, forcing them to leave official student groups, from student government to dance troops. Students were unable to get to class. They were afraid to go to the dining rooms. They could not study. They had classes and exams canceled. What has been described to me has been nothing short of the normalization of anti-Semitism on your campuses. But this normalization of anti-Semitism did not start on October 7th. It predated that date by many years, and it reflects a failure to take anti-Semitism seriously, a failure to treat anti-Semitism the same way you would treat any other kind of discrimination. It has been fostered by years of teaching a one-sided anti-Israel view by many of your professors and by a demonization of Zionism, which is the centuries-old quest by the Jewish people to return to their ancestral homeland and control their own destiny. President Shill, why hasn't Northwestern taken serious steps to address the normalization of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionist teachings on your campus long before October 7th?
So thank you for the question, Congresswoman Manning. I believe we are taking steps. I believe you are absolutely right. None of us were prepared for what we saw on after October 7th, and you have my commitment that we will do what is necessary to combat anti-Semitism, but we will also do what is necessary to educate our students in the evils of anti-Semitism as well as the roots of anti-Semitism.
And it's a shame that this disaster finally brought a recognition that that kind of education is necessary. I know you had an anti-Semitism task force. It had no experts on anti-Semitism on the task force. Will you commit to putting together a task force that has experts on anti-Semitism?
It actually did. We did have a faculty member who was a consultant to the Holocaust Museum, so we did have someone on the committee there. But we will definitely have people who are knowledgeable and who are aware of anti-Semitism.
And will you commit to training not just students, but also your faculty members on what anti-Semitism is and the dangers that it presents, not just to Jewish students, but to the foundations of our democracy?
I believe that's a good idea.
Thank you. Chancellor Block, same question for you.
Yes. So we admit that this is a challenge.
And it's been a challenge. I have emails dating back to 2014 from dedicated alumni who tried to alert you of the growing problem with anti-Semitism that was growing on your campus.
So we responded. We've tried to respond with education and obviously with enforcement where there are complaints about specific anti-Semitic events. We developed an online training module on anti-discrimination. We bolstered the part on anti-Semitism. We have an orientation.
Are all your students required to take anti-Semitism training?
They're not required to take anti-Semitism. The anti-discrimination module is recommended for all incoming students. Approximately 90% of our students take an online training for it. It's talked about at orientation.
And does that include anti-Semitism training?
It has anti-Semitism discussion. And
do you think it needs more?
I think we need to do more. I would agree.
And do your faculty also need to take that anti-Semitism training?
I think faculty could benefit also from understanding the challenges of our students today, and I agree.
Okay. And President Holloway, same question to you. By the way, I have Bennett College in my district, so I understand your roots.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to say from the beginning that we are living in an age of heightened discrimination and anti-Semitism. Absolutely. The campuses are no different from the rest of the country, and any expression of it, I think, is absolutely horrible. What I also want to say is that we address every instance that's brought to our attention of discriminatory behavior, including anti-Semitism.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Manning. Mr. Good, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. President Holloway, the Rutgers Newark campus hosts a think tank called the Center for Security, Race, and Rights, or CSRR. In just the past week, CSRR, which astonishingly is 50% funded by your Chancellor's discretionary budget, and their director's $232,000 salary, of course, is paid for by the university. Well, again, in just the past week, CSRR, again, a so-called think tank called the Center for Security, Race, and Rights, has exposed its anti-Semitic agenda. In a post on X, CSRR called Israel's government, quote, genocidal. Do you think Israel's government's genocidal?
Sir, I don't have an opinion on Israel's, in terms of that phrase.
You do
sir.
not have an opinion as to whether or not Israel's government's genocidal?
No, sir. I think Israel has a right to exist and to protect itself.
Do you think Israel's government's genocidal?
I think Israel has a right to exist and to protect itself, sir.
But you will not say that Israel's government's not genocidal. You can't say that.
Sir, I believe in the government's right to this. The
you can't be
right
that surprised by the topic of the discussion today, and you can't say that Israel's government is not genocidal. That's interesting. Another CSRR post said the Biden administration's shift on Israel is a gain that can and must be built on, meaning the Biden administration's betrayal of Israel. Another post from the center said the real threat to American Jews comes not from students, but from MAGA Republicans who are shouting about anti-Semitism the loudest. Do you agree with this, again, Rutgers-funded think tank, half funded by your Chancellor's discretionary budget, director has a $232,000 salary funded by Rutgers. Do you agree that MAGA Republicans are a threat to American Jews?
Sir, these statements that you're reading, I find all deeply troubling and unsettling, sir.
This would start with a yes or no. Do you think that MAGA Republicans are a threat to American Jews?
I'm not in position to answer that question, sir.
Are you in position to answer any questions?
Yes, I am.
Do you have an opinion on anything on this subject that's at hand today? I mean, what does that mean? Do you think that anti-Israel political advocacy is an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars by a public university like Rutgers?
I think at a public university we have to abide by the First Amendment and be a place
so
where...
should Rutgers fund anti-Israel political advocacy?
Sir, we should not be funding anti-Israel advocacy, no.
Okay, that's good to hear. On the 20th anniversary of September 11, CSRR sponsored an event featuring a speaker who was convicted in 2006 for material support of a terrorist group, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. His name is Sami al-Arian, and he pled guilty to several charges. The event was designed to so-called challenge the narrative surrounding 9/11 and how 9/11 supposedly legitimized a war on terror and other imperialist wars and interventions. I should note that 750 New Jerseyans died on 9/11. They were murdered on 9/11. So do you think it's acceptable for New Jersey State University to sponsor an event about 9/11 with a speech by a convicted terrorist conspirator?
I learned about that person's involvement. I don't support that person's ideas in the least. I think they're wildly offensive. I also, well, that's all. I'll just stop there, sir.
I'm sorry?
I was ending my question.
Yeah, well, you were president at that time. Did you do anything about this event taking place on your campus or to prevent future events like this from taking place?
Did you ask me if I would prevent that from happening, sir? Is that what you said?
Again, do you think it's okay for New Jersey State University Rutgers to sponsor an event about 9/11 with a speech by a convicted terrorist conspirator? You said no, you did not think so.
That's correct, sir.
So did you do anything about it when you learned about it? You were president at the time.
Sir, we are a community of 100,000 people. There are events happening on every day of the campus that I'm not aware of at any given moment.
Okay. As noted before, the director of CSRR, Sahar Aziz, has made numerous anti-Semitic statements, again with her $232,000 Rutgers-funded salary. She signed a statement condemning, quote, the racial supremacy of Jewish Zionist nationals, saying that Jews are more privileged than Muslims, and delegitimizing both Israel and the U.S. as, quote, racist settler colonial states. Given that statement and her center's anti-Semitic pro-terrorist activities, do you think it's appropriate for Rutgers to continue to fund this office and pay her salary of $232,000? Is that okay? Is that cool with you and Rutgers?
There's very little that I find easy about the center, sir. I personally disagree deeply with a lot of the ideas that are come from that center. But
are you going to close the center, or you just keep on funding it, keep paying that salary?
I have no plans to close the center, sir.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Ms. Wild, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Holloway, just as an incidental matter, as ranking member of the House Ethics Committee, I want to thank you for your early service to that committee. I hope it was a valuable experience for you. While I understand that free speech is a critical tenet of our democracy, I think we all agree on that, I do worry about whether the campus protests we've seen this year veer into hate speech. Thankfully, the protests on the campuses in my district, Pennsylvania 7, which hosts a number of wonderful schools like Lehigh University, Muhlenberg College, Lafayette College, and so forth, the protests have been peaceful and respectful, and I'm deeply appreciative of our students for that. Let me also say that I commend the restraint shown by some of you in not creating a police state on your campuses. There is a fine line between law and order and oppression of the right to protest. And that's a really fine line, and I respect the very difficult job you've all had this year. As a Jewish mother of 2 young adults, I have to say that I am deeply saddened and dismayed by the increased evidence of anti-Semitism across our country and around the world. And much as I truly believe that college is a place where young people learn to think critically, I also have some concerns about whether students are getting enough guidance on this issue from administrations. So I want to start, President Shill. 7 members of your advisory committee on preventing anti-Semitism and hate, including the co-chair, resigned after the university brokered an agreement with Encampment organizers. In a follow-up statement, the university claimed that the committee's charge and its work remain incredibly important to our community. Our commitment to protecting Jewish students, faculty, and staff is unwavering. My question is, why did Northwestern fail to consult with that committee before yielding to the demands of the protesters?
That was never in the purview of that committee. That committee was designed to assess the extent of anti-Semitism on campus and then to propose educational and other ways to deal with it. It wasn't to deal with an existing encampment. And quite honestly, there were, I believe, 16 members, 17 members, most of whom didn't have expertise in this area. And, you know, there is a limit to how many people one can consult when one is talking to students around the clock.
I understand that there's a limitation on time and that kind of thing, but it seems to me that you had a ready-made committee that could have been asked to weigh in on this, and obviously 7 of the members of that committee felt the same because they stepped down. Have you taken steps to replace those faculty and staff members?
So we are going to constitute a task force, and that task force is going to be designed to come up with new strategies to combat anti-Semitism. What we're going to do is ask that committee to look at the wisdom of other anti-Semitism committees around the country. Indeed, this committee wrote a report I think 2 weeks ago, in which it summarized the Harvard Anti-Semitism Committee, and I will be asking them to look at the recommendations.
I hope that you will consult with that task force or committee in the future when you've got this kind of situation. I've got limited time, and I do want to ask, and this can be to any of you, hopefully all of you, with short answers. As we are looking forward to the fall semester, obviously we have the potential for ongoing challenges in this regard with respect to campus protests and encampments and potential violence. What are your administrations doing now or planning to do over the summer to prepare for the next school year? Why don't we start with you, Chancellor Block?
Yes, so, I will not be there this fall, but I would seriously recommend that during our orientation this coming summer, we spend extra time discussing these issues about respectful protest, time, place, and manner, and we make sure that our students are prepared for what the rules are with regard to
Mr. Lawrence?
appropriate protest.
I think these are always learning opportunities on our campuses, and we shouldn't be surprised in a polarized time and a challenging time for the nation that we see that exhibited on campus. So I think this is an opportunity to talk about protests, but also about a conversation over differences, and all of us on campus and throughout the society can play a role of role modeling for students how we have conversations between and among people who have very strong differences of opinion on fundamental issues.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. And I know my time has run out, so what I would ask of all of you is that you give very careful consideration to how you're going to approach this in the upcoming school year, and perhaps submit to the committee your ideas, which I hope will be some sort of template for other schools. Thank you very much. I yield back, Madam Chair, and thank you for the accommodation.
Thank you, Ms. Wild. I think you've asked a very good question. Ms. Steele, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Fox, and thank you all the witnesses coming out today. And Chancellor Block, you've been talking about this was really peaceful protest, and UC system, under UC system, unless absolutely needed, that you cannot really use law enforcement. But you know what? If you watch that video, that person physically slapped the Jewish student and removed the Jewish student's head covering and pull out a taser and follow that person. I hope that you found out that who that person is, belonged to your university or students, and whoever that was. And I hope that you found out and you did certain, you dealt with him, I hope. And you know what? That should not happen for the Jewish students. And your school that had the, I'm going to just move on to that. Hamas-leaning faculty members offered extra credit and better grades for those who took part in chaos and disruption caused by campus, the terrorists. This is just really not heard of. And what did you do? Did you discipline this professor, or did you really do something, or you are investigating? And then what's going on? You know what? This should not happen in the university campuses, such as UCLA. It's prominent university in California, not just California, but in the nation. So what did you do about it?
Congressman, thank you. Congresswoman, thank you for your question. I'm unaware of the incident of offering extra credit to it. I'm just not clear of that incident. I'm happy to look into it, but that particular incident...
I really cannot hear you. Could you pull your microphone?
I'm sorry. That particular incident, I'm not fully aware of the one you're talking about. We do know there have been cases where a faculty member has offered extra credit to go to a tutorial on Gaza, but offered the same credit to go to other events on campus, including an event at our Nazarian Study for Jewish Studies. But the incident you're talking about, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with. I will make sure I'm aware of it and see how it was disposed of. It may have been handled by Student Affairs. I'm not certain.
Well, Chancellor Block, I am aware of it, and you don't. That's really, really odd, because you are head of your university. And then, you know what? Anti-Semitism class is not mandatory, but I have a little problem with your syllabus, your school syllabus here, that on March 27th, an activist gave a mandatory lecture to your first year UCLA medical student. It's part of the mandatory structure racism and health equity class. During this lecture, the medical students, the lecturer led the students in a free Palestine chant. and demanded the students kneel down and keep repeating for Mama Earth, the prayer. And when you do mandatory, why medical students required to stand up and chant "Free, Free Palestine" in a mandatory lecture, and some faculty have called for a course to be suspended and investigated. So have you opened an investigation and committed to an investigation today?
So we've undertaken fact-finding to find out exactly what happened at that class. I'm not familiar with the exact details, actually, through our Office of Compliance. And I do believe that the School of Medicine is relooking over its first-year program generally to look at, the faculty committee is looking at the course content of the first-year program, of which this was part of. So there's a review of the first-year program that I understand, and we are actually now trying to confirm the facts of what has been claimed during that course.
How are you going to fix that? It's never going to happen again, though.
I think this is one where, again, let's find the facts out first of exactly what happened, and then we'll figure out what the remedies should be to make sure that appropriate behavior occurs in classrooms.
So UCLA receives a lot of federal funding. In fact, over $1 billion per year just for research. It is a good use of taxpayer funds to invite speakers who refer to the October 7th massacre as justice. Do you condemn the fact that someone at your university referred to an October 7th attack on Israel? They killed 1,200 people, and hundreds of people were kidnapped as justice.
Well, I'm not familiar with exactly the individual you're talking about. I think that would be a personnel issue. I am deeply offended by statements like that. That's personally offensive to me, particularly hurtful, and I just would like to learn more about it.
Chancellor Block, it seems like I'm not really getting any answers from you, but you know what? I hope these public universities, especially getting federal fundings, and you know what? You really have to teach our kids how to think, not just brainwashing these kids. So thank you very much, Dr. Fox.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Dr. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I want to thank the presidents and chancellors for being here today. Thank you for what you do. At your institutions, I served 40 years at Bennett College in Greensboro, and so, Dr. Holloway, I want you to know I did have the opportunity to know Dr. Trent, your grandfather, and to work with him during my 40 years there at the college. Let me just say for the record that I am certainly opposed to any unsafe conditions on campuses, anti-Semitism, hatred, bigotry, all of those things, in my opinion, are inappropriate. I was a professor. I worked with faculty and students, so I certainly understand what all of you do. And because today we're talking about anti-Semitism, I am, as I said before, opposed to that and to any unsafe conditions. Every student who comes to campus and spends their time there, their money, need to feel safe and need to have the kind of academic enrichment that is appropriate. I do have a couple of questions. I think some of you, I'm going between committees, so I apologize that I've had to step out. But let me ask, we're talking about the summer now coming. I think most of you have probably had commencement. If not, you're having it. And so to what extent have you had conversations with students about protests before they left the campus or during the upsets that we've seen on the campus? And you can be real brief in your answers because I have another question. So we'll start, Dr. Holloway, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I speak with students, faculty, and staff, particularly in the Jewish community in this case, quite often. It's been ongoing. We've talked a lot about different elements on campus, and what we're going to be doing going forward in the summer is implementing new training by partnering with the Anti-Defamation League in particular. They've already been a good partner. We'll dive in deeper to that to make sure that we're doing everything we can to ensure a safe environment for our students.
Okay. Yes. Anyone else want to speak to that?
I'm happy to jump in. So what we are doing, we are always talking with our students and trying to help them, both our Jewish students as well as some of the students who are advocates for the current conflict in Gaza. But the important thing that we're going to be doing over the summer, Congressman Adams, is we're going to be revising our conduct code, which was just not appropriate for this moment. And so we're going to be working on that, both our Office of Student Affairs in conjunction with our board committee on student affairs.
So let me ask you, that's going to apply to all students?
That would apply to all students,
okay.
Right.
Let me, I have a question. I really want to get this one in. As university presidents, chancellors, how have you supported the freedom of speech and the right to peacefully protest of your students as well as your faculty? Because some of the views or political positions that we know have been expressed may differ from that of your trustees or even your own personal views. So how have you ensured that the institutional mission of the university remains intact? And each of you can respond very quickly if you would.
I believe that free speech and free expression and academic freedom are the core values of our university, and we will protect them. At the same time, academic freedom and free expression do not allow discrimination, harassment, or intimidation of students, other faculty, or community members.
Great. Okay, let's move on down the line. Yes, Dr. Holloway?
Academic freedom and free speech are at the very core of what we do. I think that they're core of what we do in the work of serving the common good and protecting democracy. I absolutely agree with President Shill. Any language that threatens violence, harassment, and intimidation goes beyond the pale, and we work very hard to make sure that we hold people accountable.
Thank you. Mr. Lawrence?
As I said in my opening statement, that we have to have strong protections of free expression, academic freedom, free inquiry as the foundation of the open dialogue, discussion, debate that takes place on a university campus. Where does that run out? Where does that reach its limit? Where there are threats of violence, where there's harassment, intimidation, and interruption.
Chancellor Block?
I would say the same thing. What we have to do is we want to encourage free speech. We want to make sure time, place, manner, the students understand how to do it within the context of a university environment.
Thank you, gentlemen. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Mr. Kiley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
President Holloway, is physically blocking students from entering your campus based on their race, religion, or ethnicity an expellable offense?
I'm sorry, could you, the very beginning of the question.
Is physically blocking students from entering your campus based on their race, religion, or ethnicity an expellable offense?
That's certainly a violation of our university standards, sir.
Is it an expellable offense?
Potentially it would be, sir. It would depend on the circumstance of that specific instance.
President Shill, is excluding students, blocking students from entering campus based on their race, religion, or ethnicity an expellable offense at your university?
I would imagine it is a violation of our conduct code.
Is it an expellable offense?
I'm sorry?
Is it an expellable offense to physically obstruct students from entering campus?
A range of disciplines up to and including being expelled for violation.
Chancellor Block, is physically stopping students from entering your campus based on their race, religion, or ethnicity an expellable offense?
Again, there's a disciplinary process for students. It could be.
Can we please play a video?
Everybody, look at this. Look at this. I'm a UCLA student. I deserve to go here. We pay tuition. This is our school. And they're not letting me walk in. My class is over there. I want to use that entrance. Why can't I go? Will you let me go in? This can be over in a second. Just let me and my friends go in to class.
We're not engaging in that.
Then you can move. Will you move?
We're not engaging in that.
Okay, we're going. We're going. I'm going in. I have my hands up. I'm not hurting them.
Chancellor Block, were those students who formed the blockade, do you know?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Were those students who formed that blockade?
I don't know whether they're students or non-affiliates. I don't know. They were masked.
You don't know?
I do not know.
Have any of them been disciplined?
Have any been disciplined yet?
Those people on the video who formed the blockade, have they been disciplined?
After the response, after we learned about that, I sent a message to all of our student affairs people to make sure that pathways are open for everyone, and I sent a message out to our community.
So I'm going to take that as a no. We have the evidence right here on video. A student being blocked from entering your campus based on his Jewish identity, and there's been no consequence whatsoever. Is that what you're telling us?
No, I did not say that. I said this is being investigated, and we'll see what happens with the disciplinary process. I did not say that.
President Shill, if the Deering Meadows Agreement, if the university does not live up to its end of the bargain, do the protesters have a right to reestablish the encampment?
The protest on Deering Meadow, any encampment on Deering Meadow, is a violation of the university's
Yes, but you
conduct
reached
code.
an agreement where you said that that the encampment will disband if, and you agreed to certain conditions. So if you don't follow those conditions, can the encampment reestablish itself?
We are planning on following those conditions.
But if you don't, would they be within their rights to reestablish the encampment?
That is a hypothetical issue. If I commit to something, I do it.
You said you have great respect for the Anti-Defamation League. Is that correct?
I do.
And as I'm sure you're aware, the Anti-Defamation League has called for your resignation. They said President Shill capitulated to hatred and bigotry and empowered and emboldened those who have used intimidation, harassment, and violence to achieve their ends. Rather than hold them accountable as he pledged he would, President Shill gave them a seat at the table and normalized their hatred against Jewish students. Why is the ADL wrong?
I believe that at this moment, leaders need to make hard decisions. I believe that we got a good result. We were able to get rid of the major anti-Semitic event on our campus with no violence.
By institutionalizing anti-Semitism and agreeing to the demands of anti-Semites. Mr. President Shill, in my view, you are the easiest case that we have dealt with. You agreed to the demands of those who are trying to change university policy in an anti-Semitic way, and you rewarded their tactics of using force. This is what the ADL has said. It's not what I have said. Excuse me, sir. That was not a question. Excuse me, sir.
We agreed to none of the demands
and
that
here
were
today,
presented
you
to us.
announced it as the Deering Meadows Agreement. Here today, you've made preposterous statements like it wasn't practical to consult with Jewish students prior to acceding to those demands. So I would associate myself with the comments of the ADL, and I think that if the university does not move to change its leadership, then it will be endorsing that institutionalization, that normalization of anti-Semitism on campus. President Holloway, are you currently under consideration to be the president of Yale University?
No, I am not.
You are not. So you're planning to stay at Rutgers?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kiley. Ms. Stevens, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
As some of you might be aware, last term in Congress in 2022, when the Democrats were in the majority, we moved to pass a variety of mental health bills, many that passed, some that languished in the Senate. And I just wanted to ask you, in terms of your peer view and the pressures and the stresses on students, what you believe is contributing to the mental health crisis among young people. Would you surmise that a gun violence epidemic that is the #1 killer of young people in America is contributing to rising mental health issues? President Shill.
I'm not an expert in mental health. I agree with you that it is growing, these problems.
You surmise that it's yes.
I would imagine gun violence, along with, there's been a recent book by a psychologist that says cell phones are a major aspect because the kids are getting social media all the time and are not interacting with each other. There's probably a myriad of reasons why we have a mental health crisis on campus. And your assumption is probably one element.
We have a gun violence crisis. We have cuts to higher education. We have unregulated social media, so to speak, and don't know how to take a break. And I'm sure you might be aware that this committee, as we were playing a role in marking up legislation to address mental health issues on college campuses, had an amendment from the other side of the aisle that was introduced by a congresswoman from Illinois that would strip LGBTQ students from receiving mental health resources. And I am curious if that amendment hadn't failed because the Democratic majority voted it down, would that have violated any equity, code of conduct, violations that we are talking about here today? Would you have issues implementing mental health resources that excluded a segment of students on your campuses, Mr. Holloway?
I want our mental health resources to be available to everybody.
Yeah, it needs to be available to everybody. And so we're here for the third time talking about, and I know this hearing is important to many stakeholders and many individuals. I come from Michigan. We're in the heart of this rising challenge of an ongoing and brutal and terrible war. But as a Democrat on this committee who is focused on increasing and expanding Pell, lowering the cost of higher education, and trying to build equity, it is deeply frustrating and concerning that this is the third hearing that we've had cosplaying about protecting students equally when every single one of my colleagues last term in Congress voted to exclude a group of students from receiving mental health resources. And I sincerely hope that you wouldn't vote to exclude Muslim students from mental health resources, Jewish students from mental health resources, students of color, non-binary students, and the like. We have tons of issues before us in this country. And frankly, those who pretend to care about equity, as we have seen time and time again in this committee, is an outrage. It is an absolute outrage. Go ahead and cut the Civil Rights Office out of the Department of Ed. So you can't get yelled at by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about how you can stand up and not stand up for students, litigating all these matters of free speech. But when we don't put our money where our mouth is and our policies, we are failing this nation. We are failing Muslim students. We are failing Jewish students. We are failing Christian students. And frankly, we are failing the future of this country. We know what it costs to go to your schools. It's unbelievable how much it costs. That's what we should be focusing on, not this pretend argument about equity when really they are just pretending here. So thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Mr. Bean, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, and good morning, committee. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. I know it's a big deal to run a university, and I was just making a list of all the things you have to do running a university, including recruiting applicants to go to your school, hiring professors and staff, running the plant, raising money, promoting your school. You would think on that list, which is a very long list, you would think at the very, very top is keeping students, staff, and faculty safe on your university. Why we're questioning where you put that on your list is because we see lack of consequences. We see the answer is always it's under investigation, or we put that group on double secret probation, which really isn't holding anybody accountable. Chancellor Block on November 15th, 2023, a Jewish UCLA professor and her husband went to a counter-protest at a UCLA Students for Justice in Palestine rally wearing pro-Israel T-shirts. They heard students chant, "Slaughter the Jews" in Arabic, and were threatened by students who said, "We will find you, we will take care of you." The next day, a UCLA graduate student from the rally stalked her husband at his office. 2 weeks later, more and more hatred and anti-Semitism, including garbage topped with a swastika and the words "loudmouth Jew" were left outside the doorstop. All this was reported to you and other UCLA officials, including the identity of who's doing it. What disciplinary actions did UCLA take in response?
Thank you for the question. We immediately alerted the police, and the police did an investigation. And I think that, I don't know if that's ongoing or not, but police were involved immediately in this incident.
Did anybody get kicked off campus? Did anybody
I don't know what the outcome was, but they were police were immediately notified of this issue and interviewed individuals and attempted to identify who was responsible.
On November 28th, mass protesters cutting down hostage posters threatened and chased a Jewish student while brandishing knives. They chased him on campus. The incident was reported to police and to UCLA officials. Can you tell us what disciplinary action, including, did anybody get kicked off campus? Did anybody get expelled?
I don't know in that particular case, but the police were notified and they attempted to identify these individuals holding the knives.
So you can see, gentlemen, this is why we question where it is on the list, because we see the videos, we see everything, and we meet with students who say that it's, and we see the video just now, it breaks my heart. You can't even go to class. It's hard enough going to one of your schools, but to have to worry about it. President Shill, I know that you're rewriting the code of conduct at Northwestern. It sounds like you're going to start, you probably already started on it. Is calling for the death of Jews, is that going to be against your code of conduct?
It already is.
It already is. So you can't yell words that we all know, intifada and others, that are hateful to the Jewish and calling for the death and destructions. That's going to be...
Anything that calls for the death and destruction of Jewish people, whether here or abroad, is a code of conduct violation, and the code of conduct will be investigated, and there's a variety of disciplinary possibilities that will follow from that.
Very good. It's an open question. Here's your chance, Presidents, to prove to this committee, to the American people, to Congress, your teams back home, that you rank the safety of students and faculty. Have you expelled anybody? Have you fired people, these hate groups on your campus? I know there's free speech, but this is clearly, as President Shill has already commented on, it's a real crossing of the line. President Holloway, what say you?
Any exhortation of violence threatening students or the community or harassment is a violation of our code of conduct.
And you've expelled students and you've banned groups from your campus to say this will not be tolerated at Rutgers.
That is correct.
So I know my time is about up, but I was in Israel this past a few months ago and eating dinner with a family, and we were talking about how scary it is to live in Israel. The family says what we're really worried about is our daughter, and ironically, our daughter is starting Rutgers in the fall. We are really fearful of her safety coming to America. Should she have anything to fear at Rutgers?
I'm very sorry to hear that the family feels this way.
Well, they're scared. They're scared. They see the video that we see of students, which is what happened at UCLA and others across America, and they see very little consequences of breaking the laws and the policy because no one seems to be held accountable. Are you going to hold people accountable, Mr. President?
May I answer? Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, absolutely. One thing I want to make clear is that in any instance of the kind of language, behavior you've been talking about, we've responded immediately with whether it's student affairs police, sometimes campus police, sometimes state police, even the FBI, to help us bring to conclusion.
Thank you, President. Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeSanya, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the panelists for being here. Thank you for your life's work. We're all at an age where I'm guessing, I know myself, but I'm looking at you, where you sort of reflect on where life took you. So welcome to an institution that has an 11% approval rating. Chancellor Block, UCLA has a history of supporting Jewish students and taking proactive measures against anti-Semitism. Your school established a research hub on anti-Semitism in October of 2023. October 6th, I'm told, in fact. Could you speak to that a little bit?
That's correct. So we've established a number of new programs, and that's part of a new program. Actually, we have a study of group hate, better to understand overall with many groups group hate, but specifically we have a program, a hub to look at anti-Semitism because we do see it as a real challenge throughout the world and on our campuses. So that's one of our initiatives. We have a number of initiatives going on basically to educate our students better about people's history and understanding the dangers of discrimination. One of them that I'm involved in is I take students actually to Washington each year, a group of our student leaders, and we visit Congress, but we visit museums, and of course we visit the Holocaust Museum. And for many of our students, it's an eye-opener. and they begin to understand something about the history of their fellow Jewish students and why it's so important to be sensitive to their needs and make sure that you're not discriminatory towards those students. We visit other museums as well, the African American Museum. So education is critical here, and we're trying to develop more and more programs to educate students so that at least we don't see discrimination that's based on ignorance. There's always going to be, unfortunately, people with bad behavior. We recognize that, but we want to make certain that students are well educated in these areas and that we can minimize the amount of discrimination that occurs on campus.
But that is one of the issues I find representing a district surrounding the University of California, the mothership, I'm sorry. We think of you as the younger sibling, is these are areas with a lot of diversity. Rutgers. So there is some tension there because there is more diversity. Our openness in this instance sometimes creates more friction, in my view, as a urban California representative. Do you feel I'm not bringing it as a prerogative, but there's a reality to that openness that sometimes contributes more to the challenges that maybe less diverse parts of the country don't experience?
That's exactly right. We're very proud. UCLA is a very diverse campus. I've worked hard over 17 years to make sure it's representative, that we can really work hard to make sure students from all backgrounds, all socioeconomic backgrounds can attend this university. So we're very proud of that. People come with different life experiences, with different prejudices, but we work hard actually to bring students together to better understand their common humanity. And I think this is something I think the UC system does very well. I think it brings students together with different backgrounds, and we try to form a bond of what we all have in common. And that's where our programs are designed to really do. We've got some very effective, and we also have very effective organizations like our Hillel organization, which is actually nationally recognized, an outstanding place for Jewish students to find a home. And other students have other organizations they can go to. So very
and they
proud
have
of
been
that.
part of this program, Hillel. They've been very involved in it.
Yeah, and Hillel has been really a great partner, actually, with Jewish students.
So how do we keep building on that? That started October 6th. How do we continue to build on that, given the reality that we're experiencing right now? This is a teaching moment, maybe more of a learning moment.
I think we have to build more programs. As was mentioned, faculty programs that can be helpful for faculty to recognize what their students are going through in terms of the challenges of students in this very divided world. But also, faculty and new student programs that really can help address issues of discrimination, and I think those are really important.
Just a personal note, I became friends some years ago with Nathan Chappell, who's now deceased. The 405 is named after him, a survivor of Auschwitz. Last night I was thinking about what he would think about these hearings, and he was a very frank human being. He came here with nothing and ended up being one of the wealthiest people in the United States. Mr. Lawrence, I was criticized a little bit last hearing because I quoted Justice Brandeis in the opinion with Justice Holmes about that defined the First Amendment. Could you talk about that a little bit? It's sort of odd to have people get mad at me for using a quote from Justice Brandeis and talking about the First Amendment.
Well, I wouldn't think one could get hurt for quoting Justice Brandeis.
I didn't think so either.
Justice Brandeis is a personal hero of mine, and probably many in the room. Justice Brandeis famously said that in the absence of incitement of imminent lawless activity, the answer to bad speech is not enforced silence, it's more speech. And I think that he was right then, and I think he's right today.
Thank you all. All right, yield back.
Thank you, Mr. DeSagne. Mr. Smucker, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. I'd like to start my comments by addressing comments made during the ranking member's opening statements, where he criticized the majority for holding this hearing and then talked about the civil rights movement and invoked Martin Luther King Jr., talked about how he was once unpopular but then moved public opinion. And I'd just like to say that his life was defined by peaceful protest, and I think drawing any comparison between him and these un-American, anti-Semitic protesters is totally inappropriate, totally unacceptable. And I think the purpose of holding this hearing is to ensure that this anti-Semitism never becomes accepted by Americans. The anti-Semitic behavior that we've seen on your college campuses is reprehensible. It's un-American. It's against your own policies. and in many cases it's criminal. And I'm deeply concerned by the fact that President Shill and President Holloway, you gave in to the protesters' demands at the expense of the rest of your student bodies. Mr. Holloway, you promised, as part of giving in, to explore expanding Rutgers' relationship with the Palestinian University, Birzeit, at least that's alleged, which included considering student exchange and study abroad programs. Is that true?
For Birzeit University, we already have a relationship with that university.
Birzeit has buildings named after convicted terrorists. It has glorified terrorism in official social media posts. Hamas won a majority of the school's student government. 8 of its students were arrested for planning terror attacks just weeks before October 7th. And as of 2014, Birzeit had an official policy of barring Jews from its campus. Is this really an institution Rutgers should be partnering with?
Sir, we partner with institutions all around the world. The information...
Will you commit to ending the relationship with Birzeit University?
The information you just shared with me is new to me, sir, and I'll commit to reviewing it.
Thank you. Earlier this month, you, as I said, gave in to the demands of the mob on your campus. You agreed to 8 of their 10 demands in a matter of days. However, you've refused to act on the requests of Rutgers' Jewish faculty administrators and staff group called JFAS from this past December. They asked that you provide a full public accounting of anti-Semitic incidents on campus, suspend students and student organizations that repeatedly violate the code of conduct, prohibit academic departments from institutionally taking controversial political stances, and convene a standing university-wide committee on anti-Semitism in the Jewish experience. Why have you ignored JFAS, but acted immediately to appease pro-Hamas and anti-American protesters?
Thank you for the question. The first thing I'll say, I was not negotiating with the mob, but talking with students. To your question specifically, the Jewish Faculty Administration and Staff, JFAS organization, the requests that they sent to us are being acted on post-haste.
So will you commit today to fulfilling all the requests?
I will. In fact, part of the plan for the summer, we've already shared our, drafted out our action plans, addresses most of those concerns, sir. Most of their concerns.
Will you commit to providing a full public accounting of anti-Semitic incidents on campus to them?
We are, we've been scrubbing our own information to make sure that we can get that information elevated.
So you'll commit to doing that?
We are doing that work, sir.
Will you commit to suspending students and student organizations that repeatedly violate the code of conduct?
When students violate the code of conduct, they go into a disciplinary process. The results could look like many different things.
Will you commit to suspending them if that happens?
If the review committee deems that it merits suspension, then yes, they would be suspended.
Will you commit to prohibiting academic departments from institutionally taking controversial political stances?
This is something that we're reviewing this summer, sir. I recognize that when departments make these kinds of blankets, I'll call them blanket statements on any topic, it is an assertion of speech, but also has a chance to make it harder for members of the department who don't agree with it.
Will you commit to convening a standing university-wide committee on anti-Semitism and the Jewish experience?
So we immediately convened in response to the JFAS request. We created such a committee in our New Brunswick campus. We have several campuses. And this summer, one of the things that we're looking at is trying to figure out how to pull together representatives from each of our campuses.
So you're still, it's taking a long time to respond to them. You responded to the other immediately. Will JFAS need to threaten to disrupt exams for you to listen to them?
No, sir, that would not be the case. We were acting in a state of emergency in the case of the encampment. With JFAS, I will absolutely say that we could have responded more quickly and more robustly, and we always will be trying to do better, sir.
Thank you, President Holloway.
Thank you. Ms. Omar, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you all for being here. Chancellor Block, just for clarification, the video that we just watched, we saw people moving around. Was it possible, do you think, for that student to be able to get into campus? Was that student actually being blocked from entering campus?
Well, that was in the middle of, excuse me, that was in the middle of campus, so not being blocked from being on campus, maybe being blocked from a pathway on campus, which he shouldn't be allowed to, he should be allowed to pass. I mean, any part of campus is open to students, so blocking him was really inappropriate.
I appreciate that. The recent images from UCLA are appalling. What is more appalling is that it was completely preventable. You could have prevented this by protecting the diverse groups of pro-Palestinian students that were peacefully gathered on campus to share meals, stand in solidarity against a brutal genocide. You could have prevented this by protecting these students' First Amendment right to assemble. You could have prevented this when you learned about rats being released into the encampment. You could have prevented this when there was an anonymous group funded and constructed, again, a giant video with loudspeakers to play vile and disturbing footage. You could have prevented this when you saw an angry mob on campus on the night of April 30th, but you did not. Instead, you, the UCLA leadership and law enforcement, stood by for hours as the mob of agitators gathered near the encampment with a clear intention to cause violence. And because of your inaction, they acted on the intention and brutally attacked students you were responsible for. This happened in front of your eyes, on your campus, and it was live streamed for the whole world to see. So I would like to know if you are truly committed to keeping your students safe. How did you fail these students at many critical points where you could have intervened?
Thank you for the question, but I'm sorry, but I reject the premise. These students.
How do you reject the premise? Are these pictures lying? Are these pictures? Are any of these people in jail?
Can I finish my statement?
No. Are any of these people in jail? Are any of these people arrested?
LAPD is working on trying to identify the people who were assailants that evening. We were committed to finding out the people that were involved.
It's been over a month. I submit for the record an article that the CNN has produced.
Without objection.
Why did you not immediately send the police that were standing by, your campus police, law enforcement, to intervene?
We tried. We notified
over 150 of your students. You should be ashamed in the fact that you failed your students. You should be ashamed for letting a peaceful protest gathering get hijacked by an angry mob. You should be ashamed for allowing such violence to take place on your campus, which will now be weaponized by Republicans in this committee. You played right into the hands in laying the ground for attacking institutions of public education, stripping students of their rights, and broader repression of movements. I know that my time is up. I would like to submit these images into the record.
Without objection.
And an open letter to the UCLA community from the UCLA Jewish faculty and staff.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. A question for each of the university leaders here. When students return to campus in just a few months, will there be new rules, policies, procedures, and enforcement mechanisms in place to keep Jewish students safe and welcomed?
All of our students, yes.
All of our students, yes.
Same answer.
Thank you. President Shill, I assume that these new rules, policies, procedures, and enforcement mechanisms will be informed and guided by the events of the last few months on your campus. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That would mean that your investigations are complete. Is that correct?
Our investigations are ongoing.
But you didn't commit to that earlier, but you just committed to having policies, procedures, et cetera, ready in time for the new school year. I assume that's based on your investigations, but that makes sense to me. Is that true?
It's based on what we have learned about what has happened over the past year, and it's based on best practices, and it is based, I'm sure, on some investigations that have already taken place, but it is that our investigations are an ongoing process. We will be getting violations presumably over time, and we're not going to hold up. This is too important.
So if I may, just to keep this line of questioning, when Jewish students return this fall, will students and faculty who have been found to have made violent threats to Jewish students, will they be barred from campus this fall? This is your commitment to have these policies and procedures in place. So can Jewish students returning to your campus anticipate that the violators who have been found by your investigations be barred from campus? Is that a fair assumption?
There is a disciplinary process.
This is a straightforward question.
No, it isn't, actually. There is a disciplinary process, and that disciplinary process will grant hearings and due process to the students and will mete out what the appropriate penalty is. I can't
Should they be
say.
suspended from campus then? Perhaps while this due process is being undertaken, perhaps to protect the Jewish students, the parents that are sending them to your schools, perhaps then you would commit that they are barred from campus, that they are suspended until the outcome of these investigations.
That is not how due process works.
Okay, how about for you, Mr. Holloway?
The same question, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have graduated our class, and so we are now in the process of shifting gears, summer planning, to do the work of exploring our policies and building plans into place.
Talking about the specific violators that are being investigated for these heinous crimes, will they be at your campus when new students, Jewish students, return in the fall, yes or no?
Yeah,
you don't know?
Well, I was
okay.
just...
This is a question for each of you again. Would you say that the emergence of encampments on your campus, was this a spontaneous event or was it orchestrated and planned? President Shill, did it surprise you?
It surprised me.
Okay. Mr. Holloway?
With about an hour's notice, it surprised me as well.
Okay. Mr. Block?
I would say planned or copycat, but certainly a number of encampments went up very quickly, which is surprising.
If I may, then who is behind these encampments? What are the groups, faculty groups, maybe which departments, student organizations? Who's behind these encampments, in your opinion? Specifically, groups on your campus, Mr. Shill?
I don't know.
Wow. Mr. Holloway?
At a public university, we have a lot of outside organizations involved, and I know some were funding. I'm unable to tell you which organizations, sir.
Mr. Block?
Yeah, I'm uncertain because there were quite a few
This is absolutely shocking. You allowed these encampments to persist on your campus, but you don't know who was behind them. You don't know what was there, but they're occupying and causing violence and chaos on your campus. That is astonishing admission to me, and I think probably disingenuous. Again, for each of you, do you acknowledge that giving guidance to campus police to refuse to take police reports of crimes could be a violation of the Clery Act? President Shill, are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of anyone
Mr.
that
Holloway,
did that.
Are you aware that this is a violation of the Clery Act?
I haven't looked at the Clery Act recently, but it could be. I don't know.
Mr. Holloway?
If you're suggesting something like that happened at Rutgers, that's news to me.
Mr. Block, are you aware?
I'm not a lawyer. I assume that's a violation.
Okay. I yield back.
Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member, and thank you, witnesses, for joining us today. In the past 7 months, since anti-Semitic incidents have spiked across the country, this committee has held 5 hearings, roundtables similar to this, but sadly, we've not had a single hearing to actually consider the legislation to address this epidemic of hate. And we have bills that we could hear, like Congresswoman Kathy Manning's bipartisan Countering Anti-Semitism Act, which I'm a proud co-sponsor along with 45 of my colleagues. I will point out that that bill has an equal number of Democrat and Republican co-sponsors. There is a bipartisan effort to actually adopt legislation to cover these issues. Unfortunately, anti-Semitism, as we know, is a form of hate also rampant in our politics. For example, the current Republican nominee for governor of North Carolina has repeatedly made anti-Semitic statements, including downplaying the atrocities of the Holocaust. Madam Chair, I'd like unanimous consent to enter into the record the article from the Times of Israel titled, "Trump backs GOP candidate for North Carolina governor accused of anti-Semitic remarks."
Without objection.
Also, just last week, the Minnesota Republican Party endorsed a candidate for the U.S. Senate who once self-identified as an anti-Semite. Madam Chair, I'd like unanimous consent to enter into the record the article from the Times of Israel titled, "Royce Wright, podcaster who railed against Jews, wins Republican nod in Minnesota."
Without objection.
And these are not isolated incidences. They follow a disturbing trend of the far right that embraces anti-Semitic conspiracies like the Great Replacement theory. Just Monday afternoon, there was a video posted on former President Donald Trump's site that features images of hypothetical newspaper articles celebrating a 2024 victory for him and referring to, open quote, "the creation of a unified Reich," close quote, under the headline, "What's Next for America?" This committee has the authority over something that's really important and key for combating hate across America, and that's education. Because we know that education is one of the great methods of bringing people together, of having students, Americans, all people start to understand religions, people, viewpoints that are different from their own, to start to understand the history of anti-Semitism that has plagued not only this country, but our world for centuries upon centuries. To understand that history, to understand that it must be treated with the care and attention that it deserves. Unfortunately, I don't think that a hearing after a hearing where we're simply addressing sad and disturbing incidents, but not addressing legislation to combat them, is what our nation needs at this time. Once again, I call on the committee to hold a hearing on the legislation to actually address anti-Semitism, like the Combating Anti-Semitism Act. And with that, I yield back. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. Mr. Grossman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, first of all, just a little bit of a comment on some of these agreements that have been entered into. When we do these hearings, we're given something called a pre-hearing memorandum. And in the pre-hearing memorandum, it mentions in one sentence Johns Hopkins University, Harvard University, and the University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee. I think if you told the University of Milwaukee a year ago that they would appear in the same sentence as Harvard and Johns Hopkins, they would have been quite elated. But I'll point out that it wasn't such a great honor to be put in with those two institutions. In any event, I'll talk to Mr. Holloway. In your agreement with the Rutgers Encampment, you promised to, quote, implement support for 10 displaced Palestinian students to finish their education at Rutgers. Do you acknowledge, or will you admit, that setting aside 10 spaces at Rutgers for Palestinians, if you agreed to, apparently in return for them stopping causing trouble and being, just being awful, would be a violation of federal anti-discrimination law? Did you consider that?
Supporting refugee students as a violation of anti-discrimination law?
Well, you set aside 10 spaces for Palestine.
I understand. We have existing programs to support refugee students and scholars, and we would lean on those programs. And we absolutely don't believe in quotas, sir. But
do you see a problem here? I mean, first of all, on this whole Gaza situation, the Palestinians could not have taken a more outlandish position. But secondly, it appears as in response for the trouble they're causing and the hate that they're encouraging, their little ethnic group here is rewarded with 10 spaces. And I'm sure there are all sorts of other foreigners around the world who would be happy to grab those 10 spaces. Do you think that was a wise thing to do, or you think it's something you ought to maybe revoke or rethink?
Are you speaking specifically about the number 10, sir? Is that what you're asking?
Oh yeah, it could be 15, it could be 5, whatever. But it appears as though you're giving the Palestinian students support that perhaps you're not giving other students, and it appears like you're doing it as a reward or whatever for participating in this demonstration in support of Hamas.
I understand your question. I think it's a mischaracterization, but to your specific point about the 10 students, we have, as I said before, existing programs already that allow students, refugee students, getting to those threshold numbers, in this case 10, is a tremendous amount of work and may not happen, sir.
Well, you understand there are only so many slots in university. I mean, I don't know what's going on in New Jersey. You could have given the slots to people in New Jersey if you wanted to increase the diversity of your program. I'm sure there are many legitimate countries around the world in which students would be happy to come here. I guess the thing that bothers me is, first of all, you're violating federal anti-discrimination law, and secondly, you feel compelled to reward the Palestinians who were causing a disruption, and not to mention appear to be siding with an ideology that's completely offensive, but they get a reward.
To the various points you put in there, sir, Rutgers is one of the most diverse universities in the country, and we reflect
There's
the
a good
state.
question. I hate to cut you up, we'll only get 5 minutes. You said it's a diverse campus. I think part of the problem with this whole thing is a lack of diversity on campuses. Right now, this country's about 50-50, Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, or whatever. Do you think your campus is about 50-50 or 60-40 if I look at the faculty, Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative? Is it diverse like that?
Sir, I don't know. We don't have a political litmus test when we hire people.
You have no clue. I mean, when I talk to my local professors, they can give me scare stories about the infinitesimal number of conservative students. Well, okay, I'll go on here to the gentleman from Northwestern. It appears to me as though you have also entered into some sort of agreement in response to the troublemakers, giving them, saying you're going to support visiting Palestinian faculty and students at risk. So in other words, you also have responded to these protests, obviously anti-Semitic protests or anti-Israel protests, by rewarding a subgroup here with special treatment. Do you regret that, or do you think that's inappropriate?
This is an existing program. It's not something new. We have an existing program, and it has served Ukraine, Afghanistan, and other countries.
The university will support visiting Palestinian faculty. That's what it says here. Well, thanks for cutting me off.
Mr. Scott? No. Okay. Mr. Burleson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a video that I want to start with. I have a video.
You get them right, you win $100. First question, have you guys chanted from the river to the sea?
Yes.
Okay, which river, which sea?
The sea of...
So you don't know that? No. The answer was the Mediterranean and the Jordan. What does Hamas say their number one goal is according to their charter?
They just want to free Palestine.
It's to murder all Jews around the world. What does Antifada revolution mean?
I don't know what that means.
But you've chanted it?
Yeah.
It's like a global call to murder Jews.
Wow. Wow.
Did you know you said that?
No.
Would you say it again?
Probably not.
How much have our foreign adversaries donated to American universities in the last decade?
No idea.
I couldn't give you a number on that.
The answer was over 6 billion. How many Gazan refugees have the Arab neighboring countries let in the last few months?
35,000.
The answer was 0.
Look, you asked an education major about...
Students don't seem to know what they stand for. So wouldn't it be great if these expensive colleges actually taught them something?
After seeing that, and honestly, it's comical, but it's really not comical. The outcome of that ignorance is not comical. I'm concerned for our young people, and it concerns me what they are not learning, and their willingness to participate in hate. There is an article that came out from Fortune. Madam Chair, I'd like to submit that for the record.
Without objection.
That talks about a survey of HR experts, and there's definitely a culture within the hiring, within small businesses who are choosing not to hire from universities that have protests on them, which is unfortunate for students who don't participate in the protests. Are you each can answer this, are you concerned about the business communities, the private sector's community, the employers that are hiring your students? Are you concerned? Do you have any communications with those businesses?
I have not had any communications from businesses that have said they're not going to hire Northwestern students, but I will say, and it's not directly on point, you are absolutely right. We need to educate students. The ignorance that you saw in that video and that you displayed is part of the problem. And it's something that we, and I'm sure all of us agree, we need to be better at.
Thank you. Mr. Holloway.
The video is shocking and depressing, and I absolutely believe that we all need to do a better job in pre-K through 12 education and higher education to make sure we have more better informed students, and then frankly better informed citizens. As far as
you can see why employers would. Everyone's seeing these videos. You can see why, and the protests. You can see why employers would say, "I'm not hiring from that school."
I do understand that. You asked a question specifically on that issue. We have a very large career services program, and I know they work diligently to prepare our students to be ready to be hired and not look like the students on the video, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Block, or Chancellor Block.
Yeah, thank you. More education. I mean, I was surprised that we need to better educate our students in some of these areas, and we do have a task force, actually, that's looking directly at this issue.
It was asked earlier, and I want to give a second chance to answer this. The question was, do you believe that Israel is a genocidal state? Because that is the propaganda. And so I'll ask, begin with you, Mr. Shill. Do you believe that Israel is a genocidal state? That they're
No, I do not.
Okay. Mr. Holloway?
I do not.
Okay. Mr. Block?
Same.
Chancellor Block?
I do not.
It's not. Okay, thank you. Would you acknowledge that from the river to the sea and Intifada revolution, these phrases are anti-Semitic calls for the destruction of Israel and the slaughter of Jews? Mr. Shill?
I believe that over time, those statements have become dog whistles for anti-Semitism.
Mr. Holloway?
I think any time those phrase such like that is used to incite violence and threaten, harass, is a violation of conduct and is anti-Semitic.
Chancellor Block?
I also think they're anti-Semitic, although surveys show, interesting, many people do not.
Let me ask real quick, yes or no, it's not just anti-Semitic, it's dangerous. Yes? No?
Potentially, yes.
I agree.
I would say the same, potentially.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burleson. Ms. Chavez de Reamer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has to be a record for racist protests thriving at universities in the post-Jim Crow America. I mean, seriously, a lot of these schools now feel like they're being riled up by George Wallace. The target this time not being Black Americans, but Jewish Americans. Before us today, yet again, are leaders of universities with rampant anti-Semitism. Madam Chair, these witnesses have countless academic accolades, and yet the "I'm sorry" pure ignorance of their actions is on the same level as other schools. Do you three think you operate in a vacuum? Every Jew, at home and abroad, is raised with stories of the Holocaust and how it could happen again. And now we find ourselves drowning in the same cultural rot which led up to the most horrific genocide in human history. The world knew what was happening to Jews in Nazi-occupied Europe, but why didn't they care? Because there was a culture of indifference and hatred toward Jews. Culture drives everything, and the world is now being directly influenced by the culture of hatred on American campuses, your campuses. Mr. Shill, Dr. Holloway, and Dr. Block, evil does not rear its cowardly head unless given permission. Through an unwillingness to successfully end these protests, you have given permission to the evil we are witnessing. According to the Anti-Defamation League, this past year was the worst year for anti-Semitic incidences since ADL began recording more than 4 decades ago. There was a total of 8,873 incidents reported across the United States in 2023, an increase of 140% compared to 2022, which was also a record-setting year. This is an average of 24 incidents per day, 1 per hour. 922 of these incidents took place on a college and university campuses, a 321% increase. Through your incompetence, this evil is growing stronger throughout the world, as university students around the world are copying what they see so easily thrives on American campuses. In no uncertain terms, you and your counterparts across the nation are directly responsible for the dangers Jews across the world now face. Chancellor Block, the encampment at UCLA, including messaging and Arabic reading, O Kasham, burn Tel Aviv. Peaceful protests are protected by the First Amendment and are vital expressions in democracy. However, this is an explicit glorification and endorsement of a U.S.-designated terrorist group which massacred 1,200 innocent Israel civilians on October 7th. Is this language acceptable at UCLA?
Language was unacceptable. I'm unaware of that, and the encampment, of course, has been removed.
What will be the consequences for racists calling for genocide?
Student disciplinary processes. If there's complaints and they can identify the student, they'll go through a disciplinary process.
But anything less than a suspension, in my opinion, is insufficient. Madam Chair, I'd like to submit ADL's report card of UCLA into the record.
Without objection.
UCLA received a D. I hope you will review their metrics and carefully and do a better job moving forward. President Shill, you updated Northwestern's codes of conduct in anticipation of the encampments that were being erected on various other college and university campuses across the country. Yet when the encampment went up on April 25th and throughout its lifetime, you failed to enforce those codes of conduct, providing a false legitimacy to the encampment and its actions. It is also true that you said explicitly on the day the encampment started that any violation of the code of conduct or university policies could lead to disciplinary actions such as suspension or expulsion, and possibly criminal sanctions. The encampment has clearly violated both your code of conduct and your policies. What's the point of having rules if they don't matter? Let me ask, and I know you've given Dr. Fox an answer, but let's run it back. Exactly how many citations have Northwestern University issued to both student and non-student participants?
I don't have the exact figure.
Got it. These encampments may fizzle out over the summer, but they will likely return, and the lessons your students are taking away is that this is an acceptable form of protest, even if they are in violation of university policies. That may even lead to the concessions by their universities. This is a failure, and yours alone. And to everyone who will see this, I ask that you visit the Holocaust Museum here in D.C. I want you to kneel down and touch the stone which paved the grounds of Auschwitz. I want you to peer over the countless shoes of murdered Jews. Allow the silence of that room to remind you that this is the silence of death. Death enabled by global culture, indifference, and hatred, a culture which each of us has a role in either enabling or ending. And I would remind you, Mr. Shill, Dr. Block, and Dr. Holloway, of who you are. You are leaders of culture. At this present moment, you have abandoned that role. I hope you reclaim it, because we will certainly be watching. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask the university presidents, the first question that you were asked had the premise that was something along the lines of, insofar as your campuses are hotbeds of anti-Semitism, how many people have you disciplined? And you went on to just answer how many people you disciplined without questioning whether or not your campuses were in fact hotbeds of anti-Semitism. Are your campuses also hotbeds of racism, homophobia, and Islamophobia? Dr. Shill.
I would not say that we are hotbeds of any of those things. I do believe that we have a problem, like all universities, and it's becoming more and more apparent that anti-Semitism is a problem on campus, and it's one that we need to deal with. But the vast majority...
I've got a lot of different questions, so let me just get an answer from President Holloway.
I certainly disagree that with the characterization of Rutgers being a hotbed of anti-Semitism. We do everything we can to promote the security and safety of all of our students and to have a community of care.
Okay, Chancellor Block.
I believe the same. I don't believe we're a hotbed of anti-Semitism. I think we've had incidents of it that are disturbing, that we're trying to address, but I think overall...
Okay, well, I mean, you let the premise go by and didn't address it, so I didn't want that to be the record of the hearing. Does your code of conduct, is your code of student conduct based on whether or not the conduct involves anti-Semitism or Islamophobia, racism, homophobia, or other gender-based hatred?
We treat each of those equally.
And President Holloway?
We are in the same space, sir.
Same here.
Okay, and can you develop a campus free of anti-Semitism that does not address other forms of hate?
Hate is hate, and we need to address all of it.
President Holloway?
The kind of work you're talking about is the ongoing work of the university. We must address hate in all of its forms.
Chancellor Block?
The same here, and we have an initiative specifically to look at group hate, looking at different types of group hate.
Okay, and I say that because this is indicated in my opening remarks. This is the multiple hearings just on anti-Semitism, but under Title VI, there are other forms of hate. If you're going to have a campus free of hate, seems to me difficult to do that just looking at one form. President Shill, a question was raised about Qatar. I'm aware of another university that I used to represent before redistricting that has a campus in Qatar. What's the value of having a university located in Qatar?
It provides benefits to faculty and students who want to go back and forth. It also, I believe, this was decided 17 years ago, and I'm only there for 2 years. I believe part of the point was to introduce American concepts of journalism, free speech, and to provide, in journalism, and to provide avenues for women to be more successful in those societies. I think those were the reasons.
Thank you. Mr. Lawrence, can you remind us how you can balance free speech and protests?
Mr. Ranking Member, you begin with a presumption that speech, including protest, is protected because that is the core of the First Amendment with respect to public universities, but the principles of academic freedom and free expression, free inquiry on our private university campuses as well. Where that runs out is where that activity turns into threats of violence, harassment, or undue disruptions of the operations of the university. And those are the kinds of decisions that university presidents around the country are making on a daily basis, taking all of the factors into account that they have to deal with.
Thank you. And I just have a few seconds left. Are there any additional steps that this committee can actually do to help promote enforcement of Title VI? Mr. Lawrence.
I think the committee could play a major role in working with and funding the efforts of the Department of Education in that regard, and in all the ways in which the Department of Education facilitates the work of universities around the country on all of the issues we've been talking about, and a range of other issues, including mental health issues, that are major challenges for our colleges and universities today.
Thank you. Thank you. Time is gone.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, for being right on time.
That's right.
You and I were trying to be good role models. Mr. Scott, I recognize you now for a closing statement.
First, Madam Chair, I'd ask unanimous consent to enter the following items into the record. A letter from Professor John Farmer, former Attorney General of New Jersey, who states that he finds accusations of pervasive climate of anti-Semitism at Rutgers to be both inaccurate and offensive. A letter from over 500 law school professors condemning the committee's accusations against the Rutgers Law Center for Security, Race, and Rights. A letter published in the Daily Northwestern on May 2nd from 186 faculty members from Northwestern commending the president and students of Northwestern for coming to a peaceful resolution involving the encampment. An article from May 15th, Chicago Times, entitled, "Northwestern Ended Its Encampment Without Cops or Violence. Why is Congress Upset?" A letter from Northwestern American Association of University Professors Executive Committee, letter to Representative Fox and members of the committee in support of President Shill. An article from LA Times written entitled, After Violent Night at UCLA, Classes Canceled, UC President Launches Investigation into Response, documenting the organized attack on the UCLA encampment the night of April 30th. A joint statement from unions representing educators at Rutgers, Northwestern, and UCLA. A letter from the National Coalition Against Censorship decrying the May 14th letter from the chair and Chair Comer of the Oversight Committee to Treasury Secretary Yellen. In an article from Boise State University's Office of Student Life, 5.5 things you might not know about Martin Luther King, which includes the fact that the King Center, that Dr. King went to jail 29 times. It was pointed out that his protests were nonviolent, but they were usually against the law, and part of the nonviolent strategy is that you not only break the law, but you accept the consequences. Unanimous consent for those.
That's the end of the list. Without objection.
Thank you. I want to thank our witnesses for participating. Without a doubt, there's more that we can do to combat anti-Semitism, not only in college campuses, but everywhere. No one should be intimidated, harassed, or assaulted just simply for who they are or who they worship. And it's been noted that students cannot learn if they feel threatened. Yet today, for the fifth time in 6 months, the majority is holding another hearing just to complain about anti-Semitism without providing a meaningful solution to address animus on college campuses or any of the other forms of hatred. So it was great to have an opportunity to hear from our campus leaders on what they are doing to proactively prevent incidences of violence and harassment. However, in Congress, as leaders, students deserve more. We have the responsibility to criticize discrimination whenever we see it, even if it comes from one's own party. Our students deserve solutions. They deserve thoughtful, deliberate conversations about the constitutional questions before us, and that would mean the difference between free speech and violating the Criminal Code, Title VI, or the campus policies. We have the responsibility to condemn discrimination when we see it, and we should be doing it every time we have an opportunity. So thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We certainly do agree that students cannot learn when they feel threatened, and it's part of our responsibility, I think, to see that the students who do feel threatened are relieved of that fear. One of Congress's constitutional powers is to conduct investigations. These are an important mechanism for transparency, bringing bad things to light, informing new legislation to address the problems they uncover, and yielding accountability. Today's testimony certainly brought bad things to light beyond the craven deals and shocking inaction we already knew about. President Shill, we've heard accounts of horrific violence and harassment of Jewish students on your campus. But you admitted that you have not suspended a single student since October 7th for anti-Semitic conduct. Moreover, I'm appalled by the condescension and contempt you've shown for the committee and towards your own Jewish students today. You've refused to answer basic questions on topics. This includes on your decision to appoint anti-Semites, including one who supported the October 7 attack, to your anti-Semitism advisory committee, and whether you'll terminate faculty and staff who fought with police in the encampment. You've given misleading answers that contradict the words of the agreement that you signed. President Holloway, over a month ago, the committee sent you a document request detailing pages of horrifying anti-Semitic incidents. And that was before the anti-Semitic pro-terror encampment. Yet you've only suspended 4 students since October 7. The Center for Security, Race, and Rights uses taxpayer dollars to engage in political advocacy, promote terrorism, and delegitimize Israel. Just this week, it was revealed that one of the advisory board members of the center was posting videos of Hamas murdering Israeli soldiers to Instagram with words of praise. If you're unwilling to close and defund the cesspool of hate, the state of New Jersey should. Chancellor Block, we saw horrifying footage of encampment members setting up illegal checkpoints denying Jewish students access to central parts of campus, and accounts of assaults, harassment, threats, and intimidation. You stood by and let this happen. Today's hearing is the beginning, not the end, of the committee's investigation of your institutions. You will be held accountable for your records. Congress will not stand by while you violate your obligations, uphold Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, fail to protect Jewish students, cut deals advancing divestment, and promote terrorism and radical anti-Semitic ideologies. There being no further business to come before the committee stands adjourned.